Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us here at our council meeting at the RTA. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and we'll start with our invocation, which will be given by Bishop C.E. Richardson Sr. from Calvary First Baptist Church. Bishop.
Shall we pray? Dear Heavenly Father, today as we pray, we thank you for life, health, and for strength. We come to you today thanking you for the great, noble leadership that you have afforded the city of Corpus Christi through our honorable, distinguished, and energetic Paulette, who has and continues to guide our city on the cutting edge with new positive ideas and technology to make Corpus Christi a most desirable city to live, work, play, vacation, and retire. We thank you for these wonderful city councilmen and city councilwomen who are team players in the continued growth and development of our sparkling city by the sea, that they have planned their work and now they're working their plan for the benefit of all the citizens. I pray for our city manager and his noble staff as they are faced with the task of helping Corpus Christi to operate more efficiently for all of the residents, organizations, and businesses. I lift up our police department who serve and protect us every day and night. Please protect them and their families as they're protecting others. And I pray that you bless Chief Markle, who give leadership to this courageous group of brave men and women that keep us safe. I also pray blessings upon the Corpus Christi firefighters and first responders who put themselves in the heat of the matter so that we can be cool, calm, and collective. Bless them and their families. I pray that, as I pray today, I pray for every agenda item that is under consideration, that each agenda item will receive the consideration that it deserves, and that it will come to a peaceful and helpful resolution that will benefit all of us. I pray for all city leaders that they will continue to work together to leave Corpus Christi in a better place than when they became in office, that they will leave a great legacy. Bless every declaration, every proclamation, that it will serve for information and it will serve for inspiration. I pray for Corpus Christi will be a city of love and not hate, a city of unity, not division, a city of opportunity for all of its citizens. And there will be the potential, if there be any potential of conflict, we pray that they will be resolved in a peaceful resolution manner. Help all of us during this season of war and unrest to live in peace, love, harmony, and strive toward unity. And help us to live up to the American pledge, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now, Lord, I thank you for Corpus Christi, and thank you for this wonderful leadership you have provided for us. This I pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States, to the Texas state flag, will be led by Melody Salinas. She's an AB Honor Roll student, a member of the National Honor Society, and a junior at Roy Miller High School. Melody?
Go Bucks.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Melody, thank you, and good luck in your studies. Ms. Box, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos is on her way. Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pusley.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Present.
Dan Suckley.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
All right, Mayor, a quorum of the council and required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Box. And would you please read the security briefing that is part of the RTA meeting process?
Yes, ma'am. In the event of an emergency, we will exit the boardroom to the left, proceed towards the west stairwell down to the first floor, where you will exit through the west side doors. Once outside, you will continue toward the clock tower adjacent to the transfer station. I will account for all the council members, and someone will be the last one out to ensure everyone gets out safely. Hopefully that won't happen. 3 things to remember during an emergency is please do not use the elevator. Please only return once all clear has been given. And lastly, if we need to shelter in place, we will do so in the west side stairwell. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Box. That will take us to Section E, our city manager's comment and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council and the community. So we do have 3 items on our city manager's report this morning, and we're happy to begin with an update on our streets program. I know we've been focused on several things in the past couple of months, but we have not forgotten about streets. And Ernesto De La Garza, our Public Works Director, is here to give us an update on the last quarter of the fiscal year, the production levels, and also an update on the new program that he and his team recommended, the Rapid Paving Program, which accelerates, and that's something this City Council asked for, is how can we do streets quicker with quality? And Ernesto put together a program and a plan with his many years of experience. And so he'll share an update on that today, as well as talk about the fourth quarter production rates. I'll turn it over to you, Ernesto.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, good morning, Mayor, Council, Ernie De La Garza, Director of Public Works. Today I present the council the fourth quarter update for fiscal year 2023. So next slide. All right, in the past, we had many contract types to track, such as RSRP, SPMP, and concrete, all of which made up the IMP. Moving forward, to simplify our messaging, we have branded this new approach as the Rapid Pavement Program with two designations for our paving resources, which are either in-house or contractual. This timeline provides milestones that led to the Rapid Pavement Program and our plan moving forward. If you recall, back in March, we started a pilot program with our in-house team to obtain proof of concept and production rates for the Rapid Paving Program. In April, the new approach was approved by Council. In June, Public Works reprioritized the IMP for 2024 and 2028 with a first approach while holding to the commitments of the original IMP. At the time that we decided our new goals and direction, we only had 2 levers available to start the program right away. These were our in-house paving resources and an existing Bay contract that still had additional capacity. Therefore, in August, we used a change order to base contract to get an immediate start on the new approach. We will continue to use all available contract capacity in this change order to repair as many roads as we can until the new contracts are executed. As of today, Public Works is 8 months into the new Rapid Pavement Program, and we have 2 contracts that are set to close bids by November and December. With this plan, we anticipate to add 6 additional paving resources, which will increase our productivity greatly. Next slide. Yes.
Mayor, before you go back to that first page, I don't understand the dates there. You've got package 2, fiscal year 24, begin construction January 2024, and then below that you've got December 2024, package 1, begin construction. Is there a date?
Right, so originally as planned, for package 1, just so we use the old nomenclature, that's the old SPMP contract.
Okay.
So Public Works turned in a contract for that first package, and those are set to bid November. Originally, we were looking at award date January, and then start construction February, but working with engineering, Jeff feels that he can push that up. So we were working with the engineering to see if we can get that.
So is it supposed to be December 2023?
December.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think you're right, Councilman. Good point. Yeah, those 2 boxes should be 23, right?
Right, yes,
Yeah.
sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, now I'm square. I couldn't figure out how we were going from one to the other.
Yeah, I apologize, sir. Yeah, and those are the 2 contracts that are going to be the additional paving crews. So pretty much, you know, by January of next year, we have all those additional crews as per the plan for having 5 paving crews plus our own hitting the residential program. Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Next slide. Okay, so this slide highlights the prerequisite milestones to initiate the rapid pavement program. As mentioned before, to keep repairs in motion while Public Works completed these prerequisites, we executed a change order on Bay's existing contract. And while in-house and Bay paving crews continued repairing residential streets, Public Works worked to develop and initiate the following. So first, our in-house design team developed 2 contracts which included new design criteria to achieve the new approach. This was accomplished in about 3 months' time. As part of our 2023 budget initiative to hire a survey team, we retooled this initiative and added a testing component, which is vital to the success of the new rapid paving program. This testing program obtains existing pavement structural information to make decisions on repair methodology for the new approach. Since implementation in July, our testing team has already tested 72 streets, providing for long-lasting designs. Also, after hiring Assistant Director Manuel Hernandez in June, he has used his experience as a building contractor to implement pavement reclamation as an additional repair method to our rapid pavement program. This was achieved in 2 months, and the first road that we did with the reclaimer was Figueroa Street, and it was successfully completed in August of 2023. And then finally, working with our new pavement team, Assistant Director Manuel Hernandez worked to implement a quality control program for our in-house team. This is the first of its kind. This consisted of purchasing a non-nuclear density gauge, training, and setting up workflows to implement survey and pavement testing that are necessary for the rapid pavement program to be successful. Next slide. All right, so in June of 2023, we reprioritized the IMP, and as part of this exercise, we established proposed targets for our in-house team and our contract resources. Also, it's important to note that the reprioritized IMP brings to the front or brings forward roads with PCIs in the 0 to 20, so we brought those worst ones to the front. After reviewing past production rates, our in-house team was averaging about 8 centerline miles per year, and that's why when we set the reprioritization targets, we set about a 9 to 10 centerline mile target for 2024 for our in-house team. After we did our look back for 2023, our in-house team completed close to 16 centerline miles for 2023. And so that was in addition to the reclamation work that we did on Figueroa. So those targets are looking good. We can do more than what we're projecting. All right, so the next slide. So the following are some pictures of our IMP work for 2023 for the 5 districts. So I'm going to go through a couple of them. So this one is Bleecher Street, District 1. This is about 0.2 miles. And so we started that 9/26 and then ended that on 10/13. The next slide, this one's Kenny Street, District 1. This one is a start date of 9/26 and an end of 10/13. Next slide. This one's Austin Street, District 2. We started this one, it was April of 17 and ended this one in June. So this was a very long stretch of Austin Street, and this was in pretty bad condition. So they knocked this one out pretty quickly. And the next one is Citation. This one we started in August of 29 and ended in September of 21. Next one is Hardtack Circle, District 3. This one we started August of 29, ended 9/21. And the next one is Baybean Drive. This one's in District 4. We started this one August 9, ended in 8/16. So we knocked this one out pretty quickly. Next slide. This one is Buena Vista, District 4. We started this one 8/23, ended 9/15. Next slide. This one's Las Palmas Drive, District 4, started 8/16, ended in 9/20. Next slide. This is Peppermill Drive, District 5, started in 8/21, ended 8/31. Next one. Smokewood Drive, District 5, started 8/16, ended 8/17. Next one. Sunwood Drive, this one is District 5, started August 15, ended August 17. And next slide. All right, so this is a summary of our fiscal year 22-23 IMP projects after reprioritization. And if you notice, we pretty much lumped them all up into in-house work and contractual work. And so for our in-house crews, we had a total of 52 projects planned. All 52 projects have been completed. In addition, we had our in-house crews completed an additional 20 projects in 2023, and these projects included streets from program year 2022. For our residential contractual work, we have 18 of 78 projects completed. Of the 60 streets that are scheduled, 19 went to bid, opening on October 2023, this month, and they're set to start construction in February 24. So those are the three parts of the legacy program, and those ones have Mako, JE, and Grace Construction doing that work. In addition, the remaining streets schedule were given to Bay to complete as part of the change orders I mentioned before. And then also on our SP&P contractual work, we have 25 projects with 14 projects completed. There are 11 projects left to finish, and these projects are already on contract and are expected to be completed by February of '24. And then finally, we have 3 of the 7 concrete projects. Those are our concrete pavement repair work. Those are, we have 4 remaining, and these projects will bid in December of 2023 with an expected completion date of September of '24. Next slide. All right, so this is a summary of the fiscal year '24 planned IMP projects from the reprioritization. So for our in-house program, there's a total of 41 projects planned for '24. It shows 8 that were already completed. These are projects that our in-house crews began in August of this year. For our residential contractual work, the fiscal year '24 start, again, is the one that we showed you on the timeline. And that one, when that one starts, we'll already have the Bay contractor already working on some of the '24 plans with this change order. So we're still getting production even though those contracts are not executed just yet. And then on the last column, the arterial collector network streets will have improvements executed with SP&P and concrete street contracts. There's a total of 11 projects planned, and both projects are planned to bid November. And I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Roy?
You know, first of all, I want to thank you. The small sampling that you showed with District 1, there's a lot more that has been accomplished. And I know that I also want to thank my assistant Denise, who together we've been working on notifying you and keeping you up to date on the streets. And you guys have done a much improved job. I mean, I know that District 1 overall is thankful. We've had some industrial streets that have been worked on. We've had some streets that were down by the river that hadn't been worked on in a while, and you guys went out there and did a stellar job. I know that Trinity River is a big project that you're working on right now, and I'm hoping, I know that's a complete redo. I know there's some issues there, but I'm hoping we can get that done. But when I take a look at District 1, I think this is a stellar year for as far as getting roads done, and I just want to thank you and staff for making that happen. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Councilwoman was next, and then we'll go to Councilman Suckler.
Thank you so much, and I apologize for being late. And I'm sorry that I missed most of it, but I had read, and I concur with Councilman Everett Roy, that we are doing a way better job than we have been in the previous years. But I also just wanted to point out, and I don't know, and I would have called you sooner. I like to have these discussions beforehand and not in public. But I noticed that for your slide presentation for District 2, there was only one street that showed that it was repaved, as opposed to, let's say, I mean, I don't want to compare, but okay, 5. District 5 had 3. So can you elaborate as to why? I know you did more, but could you elaborate as to why you didn't show that? And another suggestion that was made, and as you know, the minute that I received those calls, I call you and you're on it, and I appreciate that. I'm telling you, y'all go above and beyond, so you're doing a great, fantastic job. But I do wanted to say or suggest, and is that when I had another caller that said, could you suggest, and I'm going to do that because, and you probably, going to say we have more than enough to to fill, but potholes, potholes is an ongoing thing. So his suggestion was, well, if they're not doing anything, could I suggest that, instead of they go ahead and have all these streets that I could give you? And I'm like, well, I think they have more than enough. They have more than their handful, but is there a better way than what we're doing now? Like I usually say, report it on 311 because we want to keep up with, how many streets, who's reporting it, and that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But is there anything more that we can do?
Right, yeah, we're working with Scott Green, coming up with workflows for our potholes. Actually, our potholes is going pretty good in regards to what we're receiving. Right now, our backlog's only at 100. But the backlog that we do have, and probably what you're hearing about, is the base repairs. Because the pothole, we have 6 crews, and the pothole team, they have a truck that holds the hot mix and then a following truck. And really, they can run around and hit the smaller potholes.
Mm-hmm.
The base repairs require us mobilizing equipment. And so right now, our backlog is like 400 for
Okay.
those type of deals.
Okay.
And so what we're doing there is Manuel, our Hernandez assistant director, he's working with his team and then also working with the plant to see if they can run the plant on the weekends.
Okay.
And so really, our team's willing and able to go work weekends if necessary, and that's the next order of business for Public Works. So right now, we're going into December timeframe, and so the challenge is getting Bay and Haas Anderson or Anderson Columbia to run their plant for us because we want that hot mix to do those long-lasting fixes. So we're going to be really weather, depending on the weather, but that's what our plan is to work on the weekends to get that backlog up to something manageable. And then hopefully, there's some overlap there. We can probably catch up, with that backlog. But what you're probably hearing those calls from is the base repairs that are needed.
And I do appreciate that. I mean, and I'm sorry that we are at that point to where, we're going to need a weekend crew,
Sure.
right? Because we have just so much.
Right.
So there was something else, but if
On the
I could.
pictures, I could have added more. We have plenty.
Okay.
Yeah, and sure, if everything, when everything goes as planned for the next 24 look back, it's going to be too many pictures to show.
Okay, I just remember what it was. Is about the hiring. Was that resolved as to, is there a better process? Has that already happened, or is it
Right.
happening as far as your department?
It is correct, yes. So as we last spoke, Manuel put together a second crew. That's the one that did the Figueroa work.
Okay.
And so they're a smaller crew,
Uh-huh.
and then we have a meeting set up this month, or actually next month, with Human Resources to go over Manuel's new org chart and everything he wants. It's kind of like his wish list for all the new positions, because we had to redesign the JEQs for all the types of positions that he's going to have. And so there is that second crew going. They're the reclamation crew. They're a small crew. We're going to fill them in with these new hires.
Okay, so public, there you go. Hopefully there will be some jobs, available, and we need it. We really do need people applying and working for us, for the city. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Suckling.
Thanks, Ernie, for the presentation. To reiterate what Councilwoman Campos said, and Everett, in terms of your team, great job. It's great to see the additional traction and the movement of the number of streets and centerline miles you're doing. Since Council Member Campos started beating up on Councilman Hernandez, I'll follow right in line. That's always fun. With respect to the pictures, it wasn't so much the number of pictures, but I think if you look at, you've seen the streets specifically in Flower Bluff, looking at the Council District 4 streets versus the District 5 streets, the quality of where it was before it got done versus afterwards, significant difference. There are still a good number of streets in Flower Bluff that are just horrendous, are down to the base, as you noted, and a lot of those, they're driving on either sand or whatever's underneath there. But thanks again for the progress. I did want to ask is, since the progress is moving forward quicker than maybe you even anticipated, is the prioritization online, is it real time where you guys, let's say there was a street identified for 2026, and now you're making such great strides, it may slip to 2025. Will that change real time? Will you be making those changes? Or will we come back and get an update quarterly?
So right now, everything's manual. When we go to cartograph, which is going to happen here pretty soon, then it could be real time. But right now, we're doing everything manual inputs and then working with IT. But to your point, you know, if we're going faster than planned, then we're just going to jump into the next fiscal year, 25, 26. So with these production rates, I do see us, jumping into 25 well before the fiscal year is over. Of course, weather permitting, but that's our anticipated metric.
Okay. Well, since that's a manual process, could you, like, maybe every few months give us a listing of when there's been meaningful changes on that prioritization?
Yes, sir. We sure can.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hunter, and then Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. I'll try to be as quick as I can, considering the time. Very impressive. As I have seen in District 2, there are a lot more streets done, Councilman Campos. I guess my concern is, and when we have a new street done, it's great. Feels good, it looks good. But we do have our EPA situation. We do have a lot of other problems that we have to fix with our infrastructure. Are we planning, this is just for public, are we planning around that when we're redoing our streets? Are we making sure that we're focusing on the roads, that we don't have to go back and break up and fix all the infrastructure underneath the roads?
Right. So I think I understand your question. So your concern is the utilities underneath, right? And so what we're doing is a couple of things going on behind the scenes, but what we do, our engineering team and CCW work together, and so they know our plan, and we have coordination meetings with them, and they're the critical path. So if they tell us we need to go repair all these utilities on that road's not going to be on any kind of program like this one. We'll let them do their work first, and then we'll come behind them. For the type of work that we do, based on the testing that we've tested with our testing team, and you may already know this, but I didn't. I just learned it from the testing results. Majority of the city is sitting on only 5 inches of pavement material. And so when you go and you try to design for the anticipated heavy loads of a trash truck, we have about 2 feet of play with these vibratory rollers before we go and damage utilities. And so as long as we're staying within that, outside of that range, then we shouldn't have any problems with utilities. And we still do our research and get with CCW, especially if you have like clay pipe or something like that. But for the most part, everything we do is coordinated with CCW to maximize that result where you don't end up damaging utilities.
And I'll save my next questions for after public comment.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I didn't realize the time. So we're going to go ahead and break, and we'll come back with a couple of more comments or questions. Ernie, thank you very much. Mr. Risley, would you please recite the rules of decorum?
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in the order in which they signed up electronically. In-person public comments will be taken first, followed by virtual public comments. Corpus Christi residents will take precedence over non-residents. And for those commenting in person, I'd just like to remind everyone that a recording is being made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium. State your name and address prior to beginning your comments. And know that there are 2 opportunities to make public comment. One is at this time, and one is when we actually discuss the item. So please choose one. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. And for those commenting in person, there is a timer that will be up here, but there it is, the clock, which will let you know how much time you have left. When you see that or when the buzzer goes off, if you'll please wrap up your comment, it would be much appreciated. If you have a petition or anything that you'd like to distribute to the council, if you'll please give it to Ms. Box, and she will distribute it to us before you start. So with that, we will begin with Sean Flanagan, and today we have 10 public comment.
Hi, my name's Sean Flanagan. I live at 4218 Herndon Street. My comments are my individual thoughts, not reflective of anybody else. There is a technique in propaganda where you make two true statements, you follow it with a false statement, and you're more likely to believe the false statement. Let me illustrate that. True statement. The City Council of Corpus Christi doesn't think it's a good idea for third graders to be given shots of Jack Daniel's bourbon at school lunch. Probably a true statement. Second true statement. City Council of Corpus Christi does not think the taxpayer should be paying for the Jack Daniels. True statement. Conclusion. Therefore, the City Council of Corpus Christi supports prohibition and wants to ban alcohol for all people. False statement, but followed two true statements. Now, the American Library Association, which for years has been followed by libraries all over the USA, has literally been captured by cultural Marxists. The group's president, elected in March of 2022, Emily Dobransky, describes herself as, quote, a queer Marxist, unquote, and that, quote, the library is often an overlooked site of political struggle, unquote. So it is no surprise that the American Library Association has adopted a policy that, quote, any age restriction on any material is censorship. Any material includes explicit pornography. It's not to be restricted from any person. This includes the youngest of children, which means in the eyes of the American Library Association, if you object to books aimed at the sexualization of children written explicitly for that purpose in the children's section of the library, you are a book banner. Now, it's obvious that the views of a Marxist president of the American Library Association from New York City are not those of the overwhelming majority of the citizens of Corpus Christi. The problem is that the current members of the city-appointed library board seem to share the cultural Marxist views of the ALA, as witnessed by the direct attack on an applicant for an upcoming library board vacancy as being a book banner. Because that candidate, like the overwhelming majority of people in this room and in this city, don't think it's a good idea for city libraries to be purchasing and putting out to minors primers on how to do anal sex, which are in the libraries. I found them, checked them out, they're there. This is not what the city libraries of Corpus Christi should be doing. However, under the leadership of this current library board, that's what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. John Weber. John Weber, yeah.
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. The purpose of Article 5, the Code of Ethics, is to promote trust. It isn't working because trust is at an all-time low. Next slide. Who in discussing or voting on an issue is unable to take an unbiased position, that council member shall be disqualified from discussions about and subsequent voting for that item under this city ordinance. Next slide. In addition, the commission shall consider such possible violations when referred to it as complaint by a majority vote of all council members holding office and qualified to vote thereon. Next slide. As I've been saying, the council has authority to police itself to restore trust if it chooses. The council also must abide by the Open Meetings Act and the Public Information Act. After people found out about some of the text messages and emails I obtained, it seems there was a mad dash by certain individuals to delete text messages and emails. You know who you are, and I know who you are. From the Public Information Act, adopting the Attorney General's longstanding interpretation, the definition of public information now takes into account the use of electronic devices and cellular phones by public employees and officials in the transaction of official business. The Act does not distinguish between personal or employer-issued devices, but rather focuses on the nature of the communication or document. Next slide. Destruction, removal, or alteration of public information. A person commits an offense if the person willfully destroys, mutilates, removes without permission as provided by this chapter, or alters public information. An offense under this section is a misdemeanor punishable by a fine of not less than $25 or more than $4,000, confinement in the county jail for not less than 3 days or more than 3 months, or both fine and confinement. Next slide. From the Texas State Library and Archives Commission, destruction of local government records is a Class A misdemeanor, and under certain circumstances, a third-degree felony. Deleting emails and text messages is considered destruction of government records. Resignations welcome. As always, have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Maggie Peacock?
Hi, Maggie Peacock, 1773 Ennis Jocelyn. This is not on my script, but I just want to start off. As a queer young person, I wish I had libraries that portrayed queer relationships and queer love. We are not advocating for porn or whatever that was. Anyways, back to my comment. I have a favorite word. This word, especially in the advocacy or organizing community, can be controversial at times. However, to me, it means so much. My favorite word is hope. This word can be controversial sometimes because to some people it is interpreted like, we're just gonna sit around and hope things get better. But to me, hope is action. I believe in evidence-based hope and action-based hope. It's the clean, safe, radical future I picture in my mind and work towards. Hope is a beautiful thing, and it's what keeps me going every day. Whenever I have the privilege to meet or talk to somebody I admire, I always ask them what gives them hope. I want each of y'all to really think about what gives you hope and then break it down. Why do these things give me hope? What do I hope for? What are my morals? What is the future that I'm working towards? To me, people give me hope, and not just any people. It's the people of Corpus Christi that I get to call friends and colleagues. I'm not originally from Corpus. I moved down here for school, but actually the first ever that I went to down here was an anti-desalination event at a city council meeting in 2021. I heard Dr. Isabel Eliza speak so firmly and passionately. I saw Sylvia dressed as Lady Liberty. I heard the fight in these community members' voices, the same voices that has been speaking up for years, and the people in power continue not to listen. In the clean, safe, and radical future that we are all hoping for, there's no desalination. There are public officials who listen to the power of the people. Around like 70% of the water isn't given as handouts to heavy polluting destructive industry. There's no criminal activity happening where there's supposed to be representatives of the people. There's clean investments in water conservation, water use efficiency, stormwater capture, etc. You know the community members don't want desalination, but you also know the few people that do are in the pockets of heavy industry. Remember how I asked y'all to reflect on your why, your hope, and your morals? Well, from the outside, it looks like a lot of y'all are in it for the money. Desalination is energy intensive, increases fossil fuel dependence, increases greenhouse gas emissions, and exacerbates climate change. We are playing a major role in perpetuating the climate crisis, but also the people you are supposed to protect are bearing the brunt. With climate change, we're also going to have more extreme weather events, and that means like harsher winters and colder weather. We must be prepared and we must protect the people. As it's getting colder outside, please consider those who do not have a heated house to go to. Stop shoving this houseless crisis onto nonprofits and individuals and businesses. Even in the cold, there are no warming centers open, and it's ridiculous. Step up and take ownership and do something to protect your people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peacock. Steve Gomez.
Steve Gomez, 6630 Clarion Drive here in Corpus Christi. I've been working on the Farrow Valley development. Goodness, we've been hitting 12 years now when this thing first was closed down, and now we're at the 10-year mark of walking through this. Quick history for you is when we started this madness, we went to the legislature, helped get that approved in the Senate bill to allow for properties like this defunct in the whole state of Texas to be able to upgrade and improve itself. From that, we went to the neighborhood, and we had to get 75% of them to approve this, of which we got 82 for the development, to the city council and the planning boards, and we got this done. Then 3 lawsuits, appeals, and here we are. We're one step away from completing this. This is where we need your help. You are making, the city is making, around $6,800, I think it is, when it first closed, or the sale was taking place. I think it's $7,800, almost $8,000 you get for that 126 acres. My neighbor, who's younger than I, collectively between the two of us, pay more than the $8,000 that you get. With approving this deal that's coming up here, the TERS, you can get $24,000, which is not much compared to just the start. But that's not where the funds are. Where the funds are in the indirect parts of it. This project over 5 years will produce around 5,100, 5,200 jobs to build it. It will go from a property value of $1.2 million, hitting near $937 million at the conclusion. This is a no-brainer. We have worked extremely hard in Farrow Valley to get us to this point. Now here's where we need your help. I don't know if you're football fans, but we've got this game down to the 1-yard line, no timeouts, and all you need to do is help us on that last play. We've done all of it. And now we're just asking you to make the decision. In a football game, opposition, 50%, you might make it. And this one, with your help, it's 100%, it's a done deal. We can score this and get this done. We've taken too long, and the city has lost out. And we are between the university, the Del Mar campus, and this incredible site can be there in the middle for all these people to come here and want to bring their kids to the school. It's just crazy if we don't. I don't know what else we can do. It's up to you.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Oh, I'm sorry, there's no applauding. If you'll please keep council decorum. Thank you. John Hardy.
John Hardy, 6709 Farrow Drive in Farrow Valley. I also want to speak to the Baresi Village TERS. Back when we did the ballot to amend the deed restrictions, I was the petition circulator. I just want to tell you that of the people who lived around that golf course who voted on the amendments, 89.6% of those people voted in favor of the amendments so that we could have the Baresi Village. 89.6. That's a pretty good statement, right, of the people who voted. So I just wanted to tell you that and say that we are behind you 100% in supporting this important TERS and this great project that will benefit, I think, all of Corpus Christi. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Robert Ferguson.
I'm Robert Ferguson. I live at 1334 Sandpiper Drive. Here to comment on the Baresi project. I represent a different neighborhood. It's called the Pelican Bay neighborhood. And we were just across Enos Joslin from the Baresi project. I would say that most of us, I can't say everybody, but most of us do support the development that Mr. Blackard has developed for the Old Farrow Valley golf course area. We've witnessed the other attempts to do some development in there. We feel that this is one that is right on target, has high chance of completing what they say they do. And so I would say that we do support the tax increment zoning project that you have before you that will impact this particular development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Steve Moody?
Hello, I'm Steve Moody, 6717 Fayroe Drive in Fayroe, and I'm just here to support the TERS number 6. I know it's just up for discussion today, and we'll all be back. And we've been going round and around with this, and this is our little group of rowdy neighbors that we got together. Earlier, John Hardy, who was just here and got sued because Reverend John Hardy, who got sued by those 3 individuals, we had a brief meeting with Jeff and his people, and we gathered 130 people at his church within 6 days. So we represent a pretty strong neighborhood. There's over 600 homes. There's over 200 and some members of our association, and we're all a volunteer board. But before I go on, I just wanted to say something, and a lot of you have met or had the opportunity to have met Chris Kewen. She was on our president for 8 years, and the cheerleader of Baresi Village, and Jeff and you all. And I'm just want to recognize that she's not behind us today because she passed away in March, but she was a big cheerleader and would be here today. And I've read the TERS. It's very long and boring. And I read Dr. Lee's study more than I wanted to. And it seems like a good deal for the city to go forward. In that area, I mean, we've been sitting there with that in our backyard for 13 and a half years. So I just wish you all could work out the details, hopefully approve it, and so we can have something really good to look forward to in the future, because and Dan knows as a banker, there's not much going on next year with the interest rates and everything's kind of slowed down right now. So I appreciate your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. Gail Sutton?
Hello, I'm Gail Sutton. I live at 6806 Fayroe Drive. I kind of fit all the demographics for the Baresi Village. Once I was a dependent of my parents who lived in Fayroe Valley, one of the first homeowners there. Family still owns the home. I now have moved to Fayroe Valley, so with the hopes of course, looking at something different than a vacant, blighted area. But also, I took my first golf lessons at Fayroe Country Club. I was a junior member there, and I bring these things up because at that time, Fayroe Valley was the only private golf course in Corpus Christi. Well, with the phenomenal advent of Tiger Woods, there were over 600 golf courses opening nationwide at one time. But when that all collapsed, 900 were closing, and I'm afraid Fayroe got kind of washed up with that. Same with King's Crossing. And a lot of people have already said some of the things I was going to say, so I won't belabor those points. But what do you do with this size parcel of land in a well-developed area? Well, you could chop it up into a bunch of tract housing. You could have a lot more apartments. But to me, this is a very unique plan that's multifaceted, and I thought that was really interesting. It's got public space, it has retail shopping, it has what you'd call kind of like an executive 9-hole. People have to start reimagining these big parcels of land because there are a lot of them out there. And right now, as they stated, you're getting tax revenue equal to a moderate-sized home. One home on that much acreage is kind of a crime. And we do have a lot of other districts in Corpus Christi that have no maybe development capability like this. What a great opportunity to use this development to fund other areas that aren't fundable otherwise. So to sit there and see this land not being used, not being developed, to me is a real crime, and not to do something positive. And with the TERS, if the developer doesn't come through, what have you really lost? You hold the checkbook, so to speak. So I can't see why we couldn't all come together to find a good solution for this property, because it really isn't doing anything for anybody at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sutton. Victoria Holland?
Hi, it's wonderful to see you all again. My name is Victoria Holland. I live at 235 Ohio Avenue. Thank you all for your time, and I appreciate being here. Today I want to talk about something that's very special to my heart, which are our libraries. My whole life I've been very dependent on libraries. My family used to joke that I had an addiction to reading because I would just scan the pages, and I pretty much lived in our city's public local libraries. I was pretty disappointed recently to notice that our libraries have what appears to be political advertising. If you go to their website, there is a flyer that says Moving Corpus Christi Forward on Prop A. That does appear to be political messaging to my eyes. Maybe I'm wrong, but I wanted to bring it to your attention. That and a few other things have been concerning. So the American Library Association is a vaunted institution, and it's helped give resources to libraries all over our country. I have always appreciated American Library events since I was a kid doing Battle of the Books. Recently, though, they have definitely decided to go in a distinctly political and distinctly shift to take a very strong political stance. Now, whether you agree with it or not, what I've noticed, the unintended repercussions of that have been divisiveness and demonizations in communities. It's probably not the intent, but when you tell people that, hey, if there's a concerned parent, I would like to see about moving a book from a children's section or young adults to an adult section of the library, and then you conflate them with book banners or perhaps book burners, who are trying to remove books from circulation, trying to put out of business the authors of such books, that's where you start to demonize your own community. And it's with a very heavy heart that I've noticed this trend in our city local libraries today. I've seen events go on where for Banned Books Weeks, instead of talking about books that are actually banned, they focus on books that are challenged. I want to be very specific. When they talk about a challenged book, they're not talking about a book that's ever been banned. They're talking about a book where people have wanted to move a book from a public library or move it from a shelf in a library to a different shelf in that same library. No one's talking about taking it out of circulation. No one's talking about banning people from reading it altogether. But they are concerned, and they have concerns as the community. I think that here in Corpus Christi, we're a community that hears its citizens out, not a community that demonizes people who have concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holland. John Hendricks.
(622) Texas Avenue, John Hendricks, native Corpus Christian. Madam Mayor, distinguished council members, today is Halloween. That makes this coming Thursday, November 2nd, Holy Souls Day, a special day singled out 900 years ago for Western Christians to gather at cemeteries and decorate the graves of their loved ones. It is a day of remembrance, a day of prayer. If you visit Corpus Christi cemeteries on any weekend, you will see that this tradition is not limited to November 2nd. Every weekend, you will find scores of visitors to our city's historic cemeteries. Tourists, history buffs, nature lovers, bird watchers, but mostly just friends and family members paying their respects. All our cemeteries, whether public or privately owned, are public spaces, sacred spaces. That is why it would be disgraceful dereliction were our city authorities to refuse to protect our cemeteries. If the city will not enforce the dictates of simple human decency, there is no backup. 29 August, Madam Mayor, you asked our city manager to communicate with Rose Hill to see if they might be willing to cooperate with the city, perhaps. Lift a finger to improve the disgraceful surroundings of our monument and mass grave wherein lie the remains of hundreds of victims of the great storm of 1919. Yesterday, I received a phone call and an email from CC Parks and Recreation. Parks and Recreation did meet with Rose Hill's representatives. Rose Hill, you will recall, is no longer locally owned as it was bought by a $400 million corporation in 1999. That $400 million corporation has heard your request, Madam Mayor, and has given its answer. Its answer is no. No, it will not be lifting a finger to beautify or repair the ugly, dilapidated fence behind the monument, nor lift a finger to delineate the boundaries of the mass grave so that we might even know where the victims are buried. No, no, no. Madam Mayor, distinguished council members, I appeal to you as a fellow Christian, as a war veteran, as a human being. Please do not take no for an answer, and I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. And Mr. Zanoni, if you'll maybe update the council.
Yeah, great. I appreciate that, Mayor. So on October 19th, our city parks staff did meet with Rose Hill Memorial Park representatives, and they assured us that they are treating the cemetery and the 1919 hurricane marker appropriately. So their protocol is the entire Rose Hill Memorial Park is mowed every 14 days. They have a 14-day mowing cycle. The services is contracted, and they average about 8 full-time employees to weed eat, 6 to 18 on the mowing crew, depending on the ground conditions. So it sounds like they have a pretty big private sector staff to maintain those grounds. The cemetery conducts a quarterly cleanup of all grave sites as well. Each family that has an interment signs a rules and regulation form to acknowledge what is permissible or not, to make sure aesthetically the Memorial Park is in good shape. So also during our recent visit, the Rose Hill representative says that they use G&H Construction, which is a private contractor who specializes in cemetery maintenance to maintain the monuments in their care. He stressed that working with the monuments such as they are is a delicate act, and so the team on the G&H construction crew are well-trained and careful when handling and treating the stones so as not to damage them. So in short, the representatives, as the speaker has said, as Mr. Hendricks has said, and as we have said before, the Rose Hill Memorial Park is a private cemetery. It's not a city-owned cemetery. We do know the 1919 hurricane marker is there, where city residents obviously were impacted from the hurricane and are interned there. But based on their protocol, they seem to have a decent mowing cycle. They do weed eating. They have crews from 8 to 16 mowing and weed eating, and they have a special contractor on board to adjust the headstones should there need to be any adjustment. There's also protocols with persons that have interned bodies there to make sure appropriate things are left at the gravesite. So it may be a matter of perception. I know Heather Holbert, our assistant city manager, has worked directly with Robert Dodd, our parks director. Mr. Hendricks touched on something here, one of his comments, which is what's behind the fence line, behind the 1919 marker, may be at issue, but that's private property. It's either residential or it's some other person's property not within the cemetery. And either Mr. Hendricks or some persons aren't happy with what's behind the fence. But it's not, again, that's private property. We can't, it's within code. We can't control what a private person does in a Texas state, in the state of Texas, where private property rights are pretty paramount. Nonetheless, we'll continue to manage the issue, albeit it's not a city cemetery, but we are working with the private owner.
Mr. Hendricks, you did submit pictures, if I recall, correct? Multiple times?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This morning, the pictures, if I showed you a picture from the date, you would say I'm showing you the whole picture.
Right, right. Now, I understand. Did we go out, the city go out? and
Absolutely,
actually
yeah. Robert
see?
Dodd, the Parks Director, went out and met with Mr. Hewing, who is one of the representatives from Rose Hill Memorial. And Mr. Hewing is the one that provided us with this mowing cycle, both mowing and weed eating, and having that G&H construction firm to adjust any headstones if they're necessary.
And the property that you mentioned, the private property, they're in compliance?
They're in compliance,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah, so Mr. Hendricks talked on it today, and that's maybe the issue. I'm not sure, because, I
Right.
mean, we've been out there time and again. What's behind the fence, that's behind the 1919 marker, is obviously was deeded out many years ago. It's not part of the cemetery, and that may be at issue. So we'll continue to monitor and make sure the property's in compliance. It's in compliance today.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Hendricks, if you would call my office, I'd appreciate that. We'll have a conversation or continue this. Thank you, sir. And last, we have Judge Joe Benavides.
Joe Benavides, 410 Atlantic Street, Corpus Christi, Texas, 78404. Thank you, Honorable Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you to you, Honorable Mayor, and all the council members that's in front of me. It's very hard to satisfy all citizens, but you all do a great job, at least trying. Mayor, accolades to you for being involved with the Justice Courts of Precinct 1 on the dangers of vaping and our juveniles. I thank you so much for that and your leadership. To Mr. De La Garza, you've done an outstanding job with the RPP project. Outstanding presentation. I personally thank you and your staff. To Mr. Robert Dodd, thank you for staying on with the involvement of our parks, also to our beautiful little museum, the Instituto Culturica Hispanica de Corpus Christi, a museum that not only serves our citizens, but our tourists that visit our beautiful city and county. Thank you, council members, for listening to me. I do believe it is well-deserved, a job well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Judge. And that concludes our public comment period. So we're going to, Mr. De La Garza, if you'd please come back up. I think we had Councilman Hunter was commenting, and then Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. So, can't remember exactly where I left off, sorry. But I guess I'll get to my next question. So if we go back to the slides, which we don't have to bring up, I'm sure you know the information. Approximately how many lane miles a year are we going to be able to do with this program?
So combine RSRP, so for 10.
I think it was 16.
Yeah, it's now 16. We're ballparking 10, in-house 16, and then ultimately with everybody combined, 30, 35 around there.
35 total.
For a residential program, yes, sir.
And so previously, before you got here, we had around 800 lane miles to do. And now, according to a document that another council member has shared with me, we only have 485 lane miles.
Mm-hmm.
So how did we go from 800 to 485 in 1 year?
So what I understand, 2019, the rating that was done was a 25% sample. When we did the new rating, it was 100% sample. So it was a more correct rating because they pretty much, to simplify, the van that has all the cameras, drives through the roads, they did everything. They did a 100% sample of all our residential program. And so that we have a good comparison and don't fall into that same situation again for the next rating cycle, we're going to work with procurement to sole source the same company to do the rating, so it's an apples with apples comparison, because they have algorithms and AI that they use to come up with their rating, and then if you go and change that, then you end up with what you're talking about, where it won't be an apples with apples comparison, because not all the consultants rate with the same algorithms.
I appreciate you sharing that with us. That information had not been given to us before, so thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman, sorry.
Last question. So the five inches of base or total street material that we're using, when we go back and do the RPP across the city, we're not doing that anymore?
No, sir.
Good.
No, I won't get into the details of what we do in design, but that's not going to happen, and we're working diligently to make sure that what is there will hold.
And what is our new inch threshold?
It depends. So when we get a result from our testing team, if the structure is good, and so a good number, say, let's just call it 50. If the number is close to 50, then we'll come back with, 3 inches and then some good base repairs. If it's, and we've seen this on, like, say, Saxet Street, where it was in the 10s. In that situation, we took everything up and we put in 6 inches of pure hot mix from one end to the other.
Because I think that members of this council that have been here for a while, I think we moved that up to 8 inches when Mr. Zanoni first came on, or right before he got here. So I want to check into that.
Right, so the IDM calls out 16 inches total, which is lime tree, base, and hot mix. And what we do is we use harder material at a thicker to replace that.
I meant base.
Yes, sir.
I apologize.
Yeah, we're going into a pure hot mix.
Yeah, Councilman, you're correct, Councilman. So what's known as the Infrastructure Design Manual that sets design standards for new construction and new subdivisions. In my time here, we've improved it three different versions. Okay. After the second iteration of correction, even the development community told me it needs to be even stronger, and we've done that. So new streets that are built today that are platted from last December, January or so, have to have a much stronger sub-base and structure and thickness and material. And what we see in Corpus Christi is the result of not having that, where we have pervasive street failures, right? Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, for my fellow council members in District 1 and District 4, I don't think the pictures do justice to how bad those streets are. And they're not very long. Pepper Mill is only about 3 blocks long. Sunwood is only about 1 block long. So I know I get the short end of the stick a lot of times with streets in District 5, but these ones actually needed it. So don't be a hater. Also, Ernie, on the when it gets cold, you have some issues putting down asphalt. I think you have a temperature range, right? What's the maximum or the minimum temperature you could put asphalt down?
We're looking at about 60, 66 degrees around there, but that's paving. We can do base repairs.
Okay, so I know, and you didn't address it here necessarily on your update here, but there, I know we've had many discussions about alleyways, that we were looking at a different way to do paving on it. I would like for you to get credit for some of those things if you're going to be doing that during the winter months when you can't actually do paving. Can you please kind of expound on that?
So coincidentally, Manuel, sitting here, he put together our plan for this winter, and it entails exactly that. We're going to change gears for a couple of months when the hot mix plants shut down during the cold weather. We're going to use our reclaimer and our cold mix in the alleys. We're also going to be working for other departments in the city doing parking lot work, working with parks and a couple other departments that need some work. So I would say right about December, probably February timeframe, we'll be changing gears and be doing more of that type of work.
Okay, can you put together on your INP that kind of work that you're doing? That way you get credit for other stuff that you're doing.
Sure.
Because it'll look like you'll have a lull of not doing work. So just to give you credit on that, and I look forward to seeing when you have that scheduled.
We can add it to the plan, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Thank you, Mayor. Ernie, good report and obviously great work across the city, and we're very excited about the rapid speed up in that. I just had two quick questions. One, as you do these, you said, if I understand it right, you're currently manually upgrading the IMP maps. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's very important we keep those up to date, because I don't know about the rest of the council members, but I refer people to that website all the time.
Okay.
If they ask me, when you going to do my street, you know, I don't walk around with that magic list in my pocket all the time, but I said, well, the best thing to do is go check the IMP. So it's very important we keep that up to date. And then my last question doesn't really have anything to do with this. Where are we at on, I know we're doing a portion of Hearn Road, and I talked to Councilman Roy about this the other day, and the other portion of Hearn Road, do you know when it's scheduled to be started, reconstruction on that? Okay, if you get that.
I don't have it right now.
I had a constituent reach out, and so I'm trying to give them an answer.
Okay, we'll get you that, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilman Klein, thank you, sir.
Ernie, thanks so much for the presentation, and thanks for your work on this. I'm trying to recall, and help me with my memory, I think you said you've got 2 in-house crews right now, and you're looking to expand that to 3 and perhaps 4 at some point down the road?
Yeah, so we have 2. The second one's a smaller crew than the first, so we're trying to fully staff that one. We do have other crews, but they're dedicated to like street cut work and also base repair work. So for the purposes of the IMP, it'll be 2 crews, or before we just had 1.
Right, and do you still intend to expand that to 3 or to 4, or am I misremembering that?
Our plan is to fully staff the second one.
Just going to be the 2? All right, great,
Yes, sir.
all right, thank you.
And can I add to that, though, Councilman? So we perform our street maintenance by 2 ways: city crews and the contract crews. It's important to note that. So the city crews, I don't know if it's a 50-50 split, but we have how many contractors in ESTO that will be bringing contracts to council later this year, right? How many in total?
Yeah, our plan is 6.
6. So we're going to be bringing 6 private sector firms contracts to this city council to assist with the street work. So it's a combination of city forces and contract forces. In the past, prior to 5 years ago, we had no city forces. It was 100% private sector, and there wasn't 6 crews. There was only a few, and they weren't really being managed well by the city. So we've changed the business principle to have city perform some of the work, because it's a better return on investment with taxpayer money, and it augments the private sector that can't do everything by themselves as well. So this is a good example of relying on our private sector partners to fulfill missions of the city, but we do need the city crews to do that. That's why 5 years ago we created the Public Works Department, added this crews, and now a second crew, and bought millions of dollars of equipment. We didn't have that before 5 years ago.
Yeah, that's why I asked about this as well, because again, I think Ernie mentioned this to me a time back, that there's a significant cost savings for doing this in-house as opposed to contracting it out.
Absolutely.
So anything we can do, anything that this council can do to help expand in-house construction work, street construction work, I certainly personally am in favor of. So just know that if I can have you providing support for you in that direction to further enhance in-house construction, very much in favor of that. I think the number you gave me before was something like it costs 64% as much to do this in-house as opposed to doing it, contracting it out. That's a huge cost savings. I think we should try to expand it as much as possible. Again, this is pie in the sky. I'd be in favor of having 10 in-house crews if we're talking about that kind of savings.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Good point, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman. I think that's all the questions, Ernie. Thank you very much.
Great, Mayor, thank you. And Manuel, can you stand up just so he spoke with the council before, Manuel, but that's our newest assistant director, and he's in charge of making sure our crews are motivated and well-trained and a part of the mission. So Manuel, thank you for being here today. Thanks for the work on our teams.
Thank you, Manuel.
And I still thank you as well. Okay, great. Okay, Mayor, our second item I'm going to present, and then we'll have a third item with our police department, but I did want to brief the council and the community on an upcoming walk. It's known as the Walk to End Alzheimer's. It'll be next Saturday, November 11th. It's the 2023 Walk to End Alzheimer's. It'll be at Water's Edge Park on South Shoreline Boulevard. So the Alzheimer's Association has a walk to end Alzheimer's. It is the world's largest event to raise awareness and funds for Alzheimer's care, support, and research. This annual event calls on participants of all ages and abilities to join the fight against this disease. Every dollar contributed through this walk fuels the relentless effort of the Alzheimer's Association in providing care, support, and advancing crucial research for Alzheimer's. So participation in the Walk to End Alzheimer's is open to all. There's no registration fee. And in my 5 years here, each year this has been getting better and better in our city. It's a national walk, but with Pat Aldridge's leadership from our police department and city council members being in attendance and the community really coming together, we're doing better each year at this walk. Participants can donate to this cause and commit to fundraising for Alzheimer's. So to join in the walk, everyone, including children, must register in advance, and that can be done in person at the event next Saturday or online at ALZ. You can see it on the screen here, alz.org/walk. On the day of the event, in-person registration starts at 8 a.m. and it's followed by some opening ceremonial comments at 9 a.m. and then the walk begins at 9:30 a.m. along the seawall. So with that, Mayor Guajardo has teamed up with our communications department recently to do a video that we're putting out there on our channels, and so we just want to take a moment to watch this video now.
Hi, I'm Mayor Paulette Guajardo, welcoming all citizens to participate in this year's 2023 Walk to End Alzheimer's on November the 11th at Waters Edge Park. Did you know that 1 in 3 seniors dies with Alzheimer's or other dementia? We have approximately 400,000 Texans who have the disease. Texas ranks 4th in the number of Alzheimer's cases and 2nd in death. Alzheimer's disease is the 5th leading cause of death in the U.S., with someone developing Alzheimer's every 65 seconds. Here at the City of Corpus Christi, we're doing our part. We continue to take Alzheimer's and dementia training, and we're a certified dementia-friendly city. This year, the City of Corpus Christi has teams walking to find a cure for Alzheimer's, and we encourage you to join us and walk for a future without this terrible disease. Thank you in advance to all the walkers, teams, volunteers, and to our Corpus Christi community.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Good video, Mayor, thank you. And I know several council members were there last year at the event, so we look forward to seeing you again this year. Check out those pledge forms as well on the Alzheimer's website. And that concludes that briefing, and that'll be next Saturday, the Walk to End Alzheimer's. And then our final item on our city manager comments is the Corpus Christi Police Athletic League. We know recently the Police Athletic League, with one of our important partners in the community, Bolero, had a big fundraiser, their annual one, at a nearby ranch, and very successful. We have talked about the Police Athletic League in our budget deliberations this summer. It's something the police department has done for many years, almost independently, and relying on contributions from their fundraisers, but it helps at youth risk, children that are at youth or at high risk, and provides them an alternative venue to make them successful in life. So with us today is Senior Officer Roland Zerbes, who is the leader and Senior Officer. We appreciate all the work you've done to make this program successful. Assistant Chief Shower is here as well, but Zerbes is going to kind of give us an overview of the program.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Like Peter said, I'm Sergeant Ron Zerbes with the Corpus Christi Police Department. I've been on 30 years, and I'm assigned to the Corpus Christi Police Athletic League. I'm the president and kind of facilitate everything that the organization does on a day-to-day basis. We're a part of over 300 different chapters throughout the United States and the Virgin Islands that has 501c3 type organizations and or work with the police department, law enforcement agencies, and provide these sports for at-risk children. And not only at-risk children, but children throughout the whole city get them involved in sports and help with mentoring and other things. We serve ages from around 5 years old to 18. CCPAL was established back in 2003. We incorporated, became a nonprofit. Like I said, we serve over ages between 5 and 18 years old. Baseball was the first program that was implemented back in 2003. My predecessor, Sergeant David Morris, worked out of his patrol car with baseball equipment, started a baseball program. It was very, very successful. I had over 2,500 kids involved just in the baseball program. Currently, we're renovating our baseball fields. Hopefully, by the fall of next year, we'll be able to open baseball back up. It was shut down because of COVID, and with time, the field just got deteriorated. We just need to rebuild it, and we're raising funds for that currently. Right now, we have volleyball, basketball, and taekwondo that we offer to all the youths in Corpus Christi. We have 12 members on our board, a lot of partners and businesses that are on our board, fantastic, back me 100%, and they're there every step of the way to help me grow and expand our programs on a daily basis. Valero does a yearly fundraiser, which basically funds our program for the year. To help with costs and all that, repairs, and they're there for us anything that we need. A great partner with us. The city provided a full-time police officer. This is back before, right when I came on, back in '93. Sergeant David Morris started this program, like I said, from the back of his patrol car, and he was able to get us where we're at today. So now it's a full-time position. The chief assigns an officer to run the organization and kind of keep it moving. We have several volunteers that volunteer with CCPAL. A lot of them are mentors. We have police officers that come in and coach as well. We also have parents that are involved, and they help out a lot as well. Whether it's cutting grass, maintenance, sweeping the gym, whatever it needs to be done, I can really rely on our volunteers to help us out a lot. Our building is located at 702 South Brownlee at Brownlee and Morris. It's a 60,000 square foot gym. Like I said, right now we have basketball, volleyball, and taekwondo in that facility. The baseball fields are located at 4235 Baldwin and Agnes. We're rehabbing that area right now. Just got done redoing the concession stand and the outbuilding for storage, and currently working on the baseball fields, which is about almost $500,000 that I need to figure out how I'm going to get. I am applying for grants, and of course, the generous people of Corpus Christi have stepped forward times and times again to help us out and get us to that point. But we're going to have a big major push for the ball field this year, coming in 2024. And my goal is to get it renovated by the fall of next year. So, any questions?
Good, thanks. Well, thank you. First of all, thank you for everything you're doing, and I think, it was obviously unanimous in supporting another position, I think it was, right?
Right, we added the position in this budget for it.
Right. So we're really proud to work in partnership in everything that you're doing and the children that you're serving most especially. Thank you for that. Does anyone have any questions, comments? Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for this presentation. I didn't really realize how long the program had been around, but how is it that your organization monitors the success of your program? I mean, is there a way that you stay in touch with the children that you've helped throughout the years? How do y'all
Yes, we have several kids that have excelled, and actually I have one of the best volleyball coaches here, Bo Aguilar. that does all the clinics and that for our volleyball. Parents are knocking down our door to get in there to have Coach Bo teach their girls volleyball. I think the success level is all, there's so many, I think there's like 8 kids that have gone through our programs that have excelled, and we have a wall of honor in our gym with them, the ones that have, some are volleyball coaches in different high schools in the city and that, and they've excelled with the start of the program and gone through that.
Is this part of crime prevention, the money that?
No, ma'am, we're a 501c3 nonprofit, so we strictly run off of donations.
Because I would think, I mean, I would think that this would be a form of crime prevention, and that your organization would qualify if there is such a way to help expand it. I still wanted to see more numbers. I still want to see, that you've helped, let's say, I don't know, 1,000 kids, and you've been able to prevent them from, I don't know, let's say preventing crime, doing crime. Because that is, we want healthy, individuals, productive individuals in life. And I think part of that is, keeping them busy, keeping their minds and their bodies, active and out of trouble, right? So, I would hope that maybe the crime prevention control would be able to help. The other thing is, and I say that from a personal, because my grandchild participates in soccer. And that would be the other thing, because I know that my son and, their parents spend thousands of dollars, and it's because they're working parents that they can afford it. I know that there's so many other parents that can't afford for them to be in these types of organizations, that it's really more for well-to-do or more upper class, I guess, maybe. I don't know. And it's sad, because that's not the way it used to be. It used to be if you wanted to participate, you would, and, the team would raise money for whatever they needed to. But now things are getting just so expensive that I'm hoping that there would be a way to help out, with this as well, is to expand it to include soccer.
Correct.
If that's ever possible.
And I didn't mention that. That's one thing I'm doing at the baseball field. We have 2 fields. We have a up to 14U field, and we have a T-ball field, and behind that I have about 1 acre that is had cleared out. I have a big drainage problem right now, so I have to have the area surveyed and resurfaced so I can get the draining quit to keep everything from flooding. But that area in the back there, I'm going to put a soccer field. So that's something in the future that we're going through, and I'm still getting bids. I already obtained 1 bid, but I'm waiting on a couple more, and then I'll just have to figure out how to get the money. And the other thing that we do at CCPAL is affordability, because we realize we do cater to the underprivileged in the area. Some people are not, very, doesn't have the income, so we cater to them. And then there's actually some kids that even come there on their bicycles and come play basketball or come play volleyball. And it's affordable for the parents and everybody. But we don't turn anybody away. If they can't afford it, we have a conversation and we get them in. We find a way to get them in.
Yes, and it is those kinds of simple things, just being able to get to a playground with a basketball court, being able to have the amenities like the soccer, the cages, and those kinds of things. And that's why I'm a big proponent of the parks, because we should be able to have those kinds of things all over the city. But I appreciate what your organization has done, and I hope that maybe in the next time that you come that you'll be able to give us a better numbers as to how many you've actually helped throughout the years and how you've been able to keep up with them. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions, comments. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the briefing. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yes, sir.
Sergeant. Yes, sir. Okay, great, Mayor. That concludes the city
Yeah, but-
manager Go
I
ahead,
think we have a comment.
Yeah, I just want to say, gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for the report. I've been a big supporter of CC PAL over the years, and wasn't able to make the deal this year. I had a previous commitment, but I just want to say for a program that really serves the at-risk youth in this community, it's a great program. Y'all have done a wonderful job in running it, and we appreciate very much what you're doing. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Job well done.
We do. Thank you for being here. And I just want to throw out too, this weekend, starting Friday at 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. is the 60th annual the annual Greek festival, but it's their 60th year. So I know they're trying to get as many people there as possible Saturday and Sunday. I think it starts at noon. So I just want to invite everyone to join.
Yeah,
That's a
good
very
reminder, Mayor.
special, fun
Yeah,
festival.
It's right downtown at the
Yes,
Greek Church.
yes, 502 South Chaparral.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So that concludes your.
That does conclude the city manager's report. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zanoni. Okay, so let's see, we have Section G, which is our board and committee appointments. Ms. Fox?
So the board for consideration today is the Nueces County Tax Appraisal District. There are 2 vacancies, and both of the members are seeking reappointment. Devin Bakta for place 3 and Gerardo Jerry Garcia for place 4. Their attendance rate is in your packet.
Motion to reappoint.
Second.
Okay, great. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, the motion carries. And now we have our consent agenda items, numbers 5 through 17. Councilman Pusley is pulling number 9 and number 17.
I'm pulling number
Campos
11.
is pulling number 11. Is there anyone else that would like to pull an item between 5 and 17?
Mayor, I'd like to pull 14.
14? Okay. I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of items numbers 9, 17, 11, and 14.
So move. Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. So item number 9 is a zoning case number 0723-06, Costa Blue at 914 Southport Series, located in District 1. Councilman Pusley, did you have a question or comment on this?
Yes, Mayor, I do, and thank you very much. I was going to pull this item and for discussion at our last council meeting, but we were having so much fun discussing Proposition 8, I decided that, a better time. But I had real concern personally when I first saw this with the fact that we're locating a child care facility in an industrial area. And since that time, since that meeting, I had a phone contact from one of the business owners on that street and said, those of us who are operating industrial businesses here are very concerned that by placing a child care facility in this, what has historically been an industrial neighborhood, is going to cause problems for us, because the first time somebody smells something that doesn't smell right, or the first time they hear something that's too loud, or whatever the case may be, it's going to put them in a tough situation. And so it would kind of be like if this were reversed, Mr. Raymond, if there were an elementary school there and all the property around that was zoned for residential, and we decided to go in there across the street and rezone a piece of that property as an industrial use, there would be great concern over us doing that. So I personally have a concern about this. I just think that it's not a good thing for us to be zoning to put, with a special permit especially, which basically the special permit means you ignore everything else and you just put it in there. And I served on the planning commission long enough to know that that's what that's about. But this is a historically industrial area, and putting a child care facility there, I just think is not the proper thing to do.
And we talked a little bit about it. I'm not quite sure how to respond to that. When we put the zoning case out for planning commission and also for council, there was no opposition within a 200-foot notification area, so I'm not quite sure where the individual or the group that's saying, hey, I'm against this, because there was ample time. You know, there's also a sign in the ground that they could come and talk at planning commission or even talk here. What I will say is this. This individual had been awarded a grant to expand her business, her home-based daycare business. She couldn't expand in her home, so the Workforce Commission went with her, and they looked around and they found that place, right? Yes, it's in a light industrial area. There's restaurants there. There's also, light industrial businesses there. She polled those businesses, and a lot of those businesses are her clients, right? So, yes, there's always, it's kind of like, kind of putting something square in a round hole. So she's kind of an awkward duck in that area, but it's, I guess the market will ultimately dictate whether she succeeds or not, right? So, I'm not quite sure how to respond. She's been awarded the grant. The Workforce Commission helped her find that location. And now we're here at council trying to get the special permit approved, so.
Well, I realize all that. I just think this sets a really dangerous precedent. This would be no different than if we went over here in Refinery Row and we said, okay, we're going to build an elementary school there, or we're going to build a child care facility or whatever. There are proper places for things to be built and constructed. And so I just have a concern about this and how we're doing this and the precedent that it sets.
Understood.
Because, you're creating a special permit in an area that was not designed to have this type of facility. And I understand that they've gotten a grant and they went and searched for I understand all that. And I also asked the person that called me, well, why didn't you protest it? And he's a longtime businessman here. But he said, I didn't really know what the proper way to respond, so I called you. So, anyway, I thought I'd bring that up and see if other council members have a comment about this. And
Sure.
I'm just concerned about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Roy.
Thank you. So, a couple questions. Initially, when I looked at this, I had a concern also. So I kind of took a ride around the neighborhood. And one of the things I just want to clarify is that the prior use of this building was a church, right? And it had been a church for quite some time.
That's correct.
Right. So I understand and I respect what Councilmember Pusley is saying. However, I feel like you have this church in the middle of an area that really is a mixed commercial use. It's not, I wouldn't consider it heavy industrial, but that church has existed for a long period of time, and I believe that the members of that church would probably have the same issue if they smelled something or they felt like something was
not right, yes.
Not right, just like any residents would have, or actually in that case, any other commercial users. They would probably have the same issue if all of a sudden they felt something was out of order.
Excellent.
So in terms of looking at this building, which was a church for a long period of time, and also looking at the fact that I couldn't find anything that said that there was any complaints from past complaints when this church operated, I felt that, and I agree with the Planning Commission for the special use, because the unfortunate thing is that we need childcare, and it's limited, and I think that most of the time you want to have childcare that is probably in a proximity to where you work instead of having childcare that's really far out, because a lot of parents have a problem in terms of picking their kids up on time. And I think that was kind of the issue. So when I looked at this, I did initially think, okay, had it been for the fact that it hadn't been a church before and it didn't have any issues with the neighbors when it was a church, because, you know, they got social events, they probably
Yes.
had some form of childcare there.
Yes.
Then I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Anyone else? Anybody else have a comment? Nope? Okay. Yes, sir.
I just will say, and I respect the councilman's opinion, but churches don't operate 8 days a week or 7 days a week. And, you know, this child care facility will be open, I assume, at least 5 days a week, all day long. And most churches, unless they're a big, giant church, don't operate that way. So it's a little difficult to make that comparison.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mr. Raymond. So I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve item number 9.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. No. The motion carries. Next item pulled was item number 17, and that is an ordinance approving the amended tax increment reinvestment zone number 3 project and financing plans, which includes language regarding revitalization and cleaning of the zone and the creation of a new rooftop activation incentive program. Councilman Pusley, I believe you pulled this one.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Heather, the reason I pull this is, you know, the TERS board has already made a decision and voted on this.
Yes.
Okay, and is it a strict state law that we have to bring every one of these back and because the council was in the room when this was passed, so what's the difference?
Exactly. Well, this one is actually, has a couple of things that has to come back to council. Oh, sorry, Heather Holbert, Assistant City Manager. So the project and financing plan does have to be approved by ordinance, which has to be done by the city council, not by the TERS board, even though many of the members on the TERS board are the same as the city council. So that is one. Secondly, this item also includes the amendment of the budget, which again, that has to be brought back to city council for amendment to amend that ordinance, which again is an ordinance, 2 reading ordinance, so that has to come back to city council.
Yeah, it's just interesting because if you could almost see a scenario where if the TERS board voted this down, but the council really wanted to do it, we could override the TERS board.
You could, yes. Because ultimately, it's city council that is in charge of that project and financing plan. So, yes.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 11 is an ordinance authorizing a professional services contract with Freeze and Nichols, Corpus Christi, to perform engineering services for the United States Bureau of Reclamation regarding desalination construction, the grant program. And Councilwoman Campos, did you have a question or comment on this item?
I do. Thank you, Drew. Thank you. Again, congratulations on your new position. I just wanted to make a statement. I ran on no desalination, and I will continue to advocate for those individuals, for the community that don't want desalination. Just about every city council meeting that we have at least one person coming and addressing that issue, and I'm not going to belabor it, but I'm just here to just state that I will be opposing this, and anything that you bring for desalination that will be in the bay, inner bay, around the bay, no. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campos. I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve item number 11.
I move for approval.
Mayor, excuse me, if I sign up for public comment for this item?
Did you have that? I don't see that here. No, Ms. Box.
I also submitted the presentation yesterday morning at 8 a.m.
Yeah, but can you clarify, Ms. Box, please?
Yes. So Mr. Weber did note it when he signed up for public comment that he wanted to speak on this item. When the item does come up for discussion, and for the vote, we can't take additional public comments for items.
We didn't allow people last time we met.
No, I think it can't be on the same.
It can't be on the same topic.
You can do it, but not on the same subject.
Speakers can speak more than one time on different topics.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Weber, we'll get right to you. And I apologize for that, I didn't see that. Councilman Pusley.
Okay, with this engineering plan, are we giving Freeze Nichols specific parameters about what it is we expect and what the statement of work will be coming back to us? This is not just an open-ended, hey, go find some information for us?
Correct. Thank you. Thank you for the question, Councilman. Drew Malley, Interim Chief Operating Officer. So, yes, to answer your question, it's very specific what they're supposed to do. The Bureau of Reclamation has a very strict document that talks about exactly what they need in order for them to evaluate the feasibility study and ultimately the application that we will submit for this funding source.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Anyone else have a comment? Councilman Hernandez.
I voted against this the last time, and just for the record, I'm not against desal, just not for desal in the bay. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, and maybe we'll see Nikolai this time.
Okay, I think, is that all the comments? Okay, and let me ask Mr. Weber to come on up.
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. This is a slide from Drew Malley's presentation to the council. It appears the grant for desalination, if awarded, will only pay $30 million. It also appears that the grant for recycling projects, if awarded, will pay up to $180 million. Next slide. This slide is from the agenda memorandum. It states seawater desalination construction program without mentioning the larger grant opportunity for recycling projects. Next slide. This is the wording from the ordinance to be signed by the mayor and secretary. It states desalination construction grant program without mentioning the larger grant for recycling projects. It also states 23-24 budget will be amended approximate $220,517 and increase expenditures by the same amount. Next slide. I wonder how many people have read the whole letter from Freeze and Nichols. It does mention desalination construction grant. It also addresses water reclamation and recycling. Next slide. It mentions them many times. I suggest asking the staff or Freeze and Nichols to clarify the letter and the work they will be doing. Will they be writing a grant for the $180 million available for recycling projects? If in fact they will be doing the work stated in the letter, I would suggest the wording in the ordinance be changed to reflect more accurately the work that they will be performing. This is a very large amendment to the budget, and it doesn't look like there's any guarantee if the city spends the money, the city will be awarded any grant money. And if the city is awarded any money, there is no guarantee how much the city will be awarded. We do know it won't be any more than $30 million for desalination construction. Gambling $220,000 in the hopes of getting up to $30 million seems more like something that should be happening in Las Vegas than a city council meeting. As always, have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Yes, sir.
So I just wanted to make sure that it's understood that there are two grant opportunities that we are pursuing as part of this this opportunity. The first one is $30 million, and we believe we have a very good shot at getting that funding. The second opportunity is a very new grant program. It was just authorized last year. And so there's flexibility in this feasibility study in this application. We're going to target the $30 million. We are going to do a cost assessment so we truly understand what the latest costs are for this project. In order to qualify for the second grant, the project has to be over $500 million. So, I mean, we don't think that the costs are going to be over $500 million for the Inner Harbor, but if they are, then we're going to apply for the larger grant, the grant that is up to $180 million, just to clarify.
Okay. Thank you, Drew. Councilman Roy.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we clarify this in terms of the study that Friesen Nichols is going to do. Will that study allow and help assist you in terms of putting the grant together for the larger dollar amount?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So it will. If there is a need, if we go over, because that grant really you can't apply, if I understand what you're saying, so I want to repeat this in public, that it's $500 million. So you got, basically your start point is $500 million.
Correct.
Okay. Thanks for the double clarification. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, thank you very much. I will go ahead and entertain a motion to approve item number 11. Did we have a motion, Stephanie?
I moved.
Did we have one?
Yes, we did have one from Councilmember Barrera. We had a motion, we need a second.
Okay, so you want to do the second? Councilman Pusley? Sure. Who was the first?
I was.
You were? Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
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 Okay, so we have 3 no's. No, we don't. Sylvia Campos, Gil Hernandez, and Councilman Klein. Item number 14 is last item pulled, and that. Yeah, thank you, Drew. It's a resolution directing the city's planning department to prepare a service plan for the annexation of County Road 22 from County Road 51 to County Road 43. And who pulled number 14? Oh, Councilman Klein, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, thanks for bringing this to us. Still have concerns about this. I view this as the kind of sprawl that is preventing us from getting caught up in maintaining our infrastructure. We're never going to get all of our roads fixed, get our water system up to snuff if we continue to add to it and push the outer boundaries of the city constantly further outward, at the same time that our population has been basically flat or actually has fallen by just a little bit. And so I'm going to be voting no against this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Klein. Is there any other comment? Okay, I will entertain a motion to approve item number 14.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, that's Councilman Klein and Councilwoman Campos. The motion carries. Thank you, Mr. McGinn.
Mayor, did someone pull 21?
No, we already passed the consent agenda, yeah. So at this time, it is 1:25. We will break for lunch, and then we will come back and have our public hearings and one briefing. So yeah, we will return in 45 minutes to an hour. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting.
I've texted him. You can go ahead. I mean, you're legal to do business.
Okay, great. We are going to go ahead and move on. We'll reconvene the meeting with no action necessary. Section K is public hearings. Item number 18 is a resolution authorizing the location of a police substation at the Westcouth Park located in Council District 1. Mr. Edmonds?
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Or unless Everett wants it, sorry, Mayor.
Councilman Roy?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. I'm going to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment on item number 18, which is a very, very good news item? A substation in at Westcouth Park in the northwest area. Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Could I make just a quick comment? Councilman Roy and I visited with the police chief here at our lunch break, and what we would like to see on all the future discussion about this will be the Northwest Corpus Christi Police Substation.
Right.
Right, that'll be the name we call it, the
Be
Northwest
the name
Police
on the
Substation.
building, and
Right.
Yes, sir.
so that, because it does truly represent the northwest area of Corpus
Yes.
Christi.
Yeah, that's a good moving forward name for it.
I'll rescind
Thank
my
you.
motion.
Yes, sir, thank you, Councilman.
No.
Okay.
No, it's okay. And this is, as the mayor said, this is a good news deal. It's something that the residents of that area have been wanting for a long, long time. And I applaud the city for moving this forward. And this is something that'll be great for Northwest Corpus Christi.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Yeah, great, good comments, Councilman. Also, it saves taxpayer money in that we're using existing property. We don't have to go out and acquire property, and this is a perfect location according to the police chief, so.
I made that point on the radio this morning.
Great, thank you. Thank you for being
Jeff,
with us.
when is this scheduled to be completed and open?
Well, the money that was put on bond 22 was just for design.
Okay,
So
okay.
we're going to now start the design
Right.
process on this site.
And then
And we'll
we'll
have to
move.
identify construction money
Correct.
going forward.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Right, so bond 2024, we're working on now. Bond
To include,
2024 will be
construction.
next election,
I should
so
have an answer to that.
Okay.
it would be a good candidate for construction.
Right, right. Councilman Roy?
The only thing I ask is that we recently went to the ceremony for the fire station number 3, which was probably one of the coolest looking buildings I've seen. So that'd be nice if Westcouth could look like that too.
Keep it cool.
Yeah.
Keep it cool looking,
Bring that,
Edmonds.
Duly noted, Will.
Thank you. So we have a
I'll
motion.
relay that to my staff.
Have we
Yes,
picked
sir.
a designer yet?
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
we-
we've got a selection on that. I can't.
I think isn't it Turner Ramirez? I think it's Turner
can't-
Ramirez. Yeah, we picked it, the council picked it for both this and the south side after staff
Okay.
recommended at a recent council
Okay,
meeting.
all right.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a motion, we have, and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number, or Section L, individual consideration items. Item number 19 is an ordinance authorizing an amended interlocal cooperation agreement with Del Mar College District for a 50-year renewable lease of 14 acres of Del Mar property to serve as a location for the city's new police training academy and a new city police substation along Yorktown Boulevard.
I move
Mr.
for
Edmonds.
approval. Second.
Okay. We have a motion, we have a second.
So just a question here, Mayor. Just make the south side one look cooler than the north side one.
I'm going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 19? Okay, there being no one, we will close public comment.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to recuse myself from this vote.
Okay. Ms. Box, yeah. So Councilman Klein is recusing himself. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 20 is a motion authorizing an amendment to the agreement for the city-operated Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District, identifying Nueces County membership, contributions for fiscal year 23-24 of $1,765,296 for public health services. Who's presenting on this?
It should be Dr. Khan and Steve, but I can help if we need to. So this is consistent with the budget that City Council recently approved for our fiscal year, which began October 1. Of note, and you can see it in the caption, is this is about $30,000 less than what they were providing in 2023. I'm sorry, about $80,000 less than what they provided in 2023. And so we've scaled back some of the services to the unincorporated portions of Nueces County to include doing the mobile service in that bus or van fewer times, and opening the Calderon Clinic fewer times, commensurate with the $80,000 reduction.
So, Peter, was $80,000, was that per their request?
That was to fully fund the operation, here's Steve, it included the base of 1.7 million plus 80,000 more for increased cost.
Oh, I see.
But the county said, we can't afford the 80,000, and so we said, okay, no problem.
Okay.
We'll just reduce the service.
Right.
Right, and so that's
Okay.
what happened.
Does anyone have any other questions or comments on item number 20?
I move approval.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 20? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 21 is a resolution amending the city's program guidelines for housing development fee waivers. Mr. McGinn.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Daniel McGinn, Director of the Planning and Community Development Department. This next item is a resolution amending the housing and development fee waiver program that we have. And I do have a presentation. That's it's coming. It's coming. I just got that. But just to kind of preview the item, everything that we're proposing within the amendments are really expanding the program to make more homes and more areas eligible. The program last year there was $100,000 dedicated from the general fund, and we went through about half of that. So here's that slide that kind of shows some of the numbers from last year. So the program was really, the goal of the program is to incentivize or get more homes constructed within our infill areas, and that's really where we have existing infrastructure, roads, water, sewer. We really want to promote development in those areas and improve density. And so this program was developed. It waives fees up to about $7,000. Those fees include building permit, tap fees, some of the solid waste fees. And as you can see, the budget last year was at $100,000. We had 18 that were approved, 4 are pending, and so we have about $51,000 that was spent last year, and so $48,000 went unspent. And so our proposed amendments for this program year will really hopefully put us in a place where we can spend all those funds and get that many more houses built here in our community. So next slide, please.
And Dan, can I, just on that slide, just to be clear, there is no fee waiver. We don't, because development service is a service fee business, right? The fees they collect, that's what they use to run their business. So the $100,000 is used out of the general fund to pay for the fees on behalf of the development, just so we're clear. When we recommend it, we support it, but just,
yeah, that this development services made whole. Correct. Next slide, please. And so the big changes to the program, we're recommending that we change the name. It was kind of a complicated name. We wanted to kind of refine that, make it a little bit more streamlined so people understood what it was. We wanted to change the zoning districts in which it's allowed. And I have a map that will kind of highlight that, but the current program limits it to only your RS 4.5, 6, 10, and 15 districts. But we do have all of our multifamily zoning districts allow for single-family homes to be constructed. And so we had a few occasions where someone came in to build a single-family home in a multifamily area and wasn't eligible because the program was very specific about what zone. So we're saying basically wherever you can build a single-family, that zoning is okay. And so that will expand upon the number of areas where you can do this. We're proposing to increase the maximum home sale price from the 80% up to 95% of the area median sales price. So what that basically does is it'll take it up from the $213,000 house all the way up to $253,000 would now be eligible for the fee waiver. So again, expanding and making more homes eligible for the program. And then we're also adding the ability, it was for kind of the specific to home ownership or purchase. Obviously, today's market is becoming more difficult to move homes, and so we're adding the home can now be rented as well. So a new home construction, it doesn't necessarily have to be sold as long as it's rented. And we are saying through the Corpus Christi Housing Authority, they have a list of folks that are meeting certain eligibility requirements, and we're suggesting that those folks would get first kind of, not dibs, but first would be eligible to be go into this program and be the fees waived for whoever builds it. This is new, the accessory dwelling unit, and so a lot of cities are using this as a tool to help out with affordable housing in their communities. It's promoting more density, more units. We have a lot of, but we don't have a lot of. This is a hope to kind of get folks to do this in our community. A lot of cities have, incentivized programs to help and accelerate this and promote this. And so this is maybe step one in introducing this to our community. It would be a very small amount. These are just little small units, 400 to 800 square foot, that are built in the backyards for mother-in-law's quarters, children that may be in the hot property that want to stay still close to the house. And so this would just hopefully provide them an option or folks a way to help them out and get those built. Next slide, please. This is just an example of looking at that zoning change that we're making regarding to this ordinance. So you can see City Hall at the top of the map. And just to kind of give you an idea, is most of these neighborhoods in and around City Hall, we have a lot of single-family structures, but all of these areas in the yellow polygon are all zoned multifamily. And so some of these areas are the prime areas where we would like to see the infill housing occur. And so by changing it and with the modification to allow it to expand beyond the RS zoning districts, it will open up these areas and some additional. I just wanted to kind of provide an example because we do have quite a bit of single family in multifamily zoning districts today. So, and with that, be happy to take any questions.
Can I just add, Mayor, before you do, that Gary Alsep, we want to recognize him from the Housing Authority. He's here, and we work with him on these program revisions. We also work closely, and Councilman Pusley, thank you for being
the champion.
Yeah, being the champion of this and being patient. So we had no policy a few years ago. We created one, but it didn't really fit the mark. And so with Dan McGinn's assistance, Councilman Pusley, the Housing Authority, and some of the builders, we think we have a much better model now. Yeah. So we want to recognize that.
Great, yes, thank you.
Mayor.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Peter, I appreciate that. I brought this to council 3 years ago when I first came to city council. So as most things with government, it only took 3 years to get it done. But anyway, this is a much better program. I like it. There are a couple of comments I would like to make, though, Dan and Peter. And Dan, my handout that you gave me the other day does not have you said you're going to change the name, so what's it going to be called now? Mine didn't have that bullet point.
We're going to call it the Infill Housing Fee Waiver Program.
Okay.
Before it was called the Housing Development Fee Waivers for Non-Qualifying Home Buyers Program.
Yeah.
I think we still need to work on that name. I'm sorry.
That's a definite step in the right direction. Okay, so here are the two comments I have right off the bat. One, where we say that, and it's important for council to remember, this is not a low-income housing project, so to speak. This is to encourage infill housing in our mature subdivisions here in Corpus Christi, that some of which need a little revitalization and shot in the arm of some new, and many times we have vacant lots or abandoned homes, and the Corpus Christi Housing Authority, through its partnership with Thanksgiving Homes and other, will go in and when we offer these up on a bid list through our bankruptcy deal, they'll pick those up and clear them off and build these nice little homes on them. And they're very nice homes. If any of y'all have not had a chance to go look at them, please take advantage of that, because you'll be very impressed. I was. But I don't think we should restrict this on the rental deal. We shouldn't really care about who rents this, because, for example, Thanksgiving Homes built several of these in a very blighted subdivision behind the old Memorial Hospital area. And the people who were renting, they had a couple of them that were rented that were not for sale or did not sell. And the people renting them were interns that were working at the Memorial Hospital. So this is really to interject blood or new lifeblood into these subdivisions. So that's something I would recommend. The other thing is this accessory dwelling units deal. I think that's a really good idea, and Peter, you and I had a talk yesterday about accessory dwellings, but I don't think accessory dwellings belongs in this program whatsoever, and here's why. Because I live in a subdivision that's an RS6 subdivision where the average home cost probably starts at $500,000 and goes up. Well, under what you and I discussed, Dan, I could apply for this program and get fee waivers to build a mother-in-law's apartment behind my house. And so I don't think this is necessarily where I think people will look at that and say, well, wait a minute, this is kind of beginning to smell like a rich guy's game. And so I think we'd be better off pulling that out of here. Peter and I talked yesterday about developing a new accessory building policy, because currently in the city of Corpus Christi, you can build a 200 square foot building in your backyard with no city permit, none. You don't have to call anybody. No windstorm, no city inspections, no electrical inspections, nothing. And so we need to develop that policy, and that's where this would come into play. But I don't think it belongs in this particular program whatsoever. Let's see if I had anything else, Dan. I like the fact that we expanded it to, because the original program, these houses were limited to the CBDG areas, or CGBD, I can't remember how to say it. But anyway, it was limited to those areas. And what you showed in this map are pretty much those same areas. And I think that's all I have to say. I'm very glad we brought this back. We took out a lot of the stuff that just made this program impossible for developers to utilize. So thank you very much for having the time and understanding to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Roy?
Dan, I had a couple people recently inquire about the first-time homebuyer program, and their response was that it's on hold right now, as far as being able to get grants and things of that nature. And so what I was looking at is that with these infill areas, can we do something also to incentivize, or if you're looking at bringing that first-time homebuyer program back, or is it because there's just a number of are we behind in applications, and why is it on hold?
We do have the two programs. We have a home repair program where there's a $25,000 loan that is made to help with basic repairs to get the home up to a certain standard. And then we have a program that does the reconstruction, like a demolition and a reconstruction of the site. And yes, the wait list for both programs are pretty extensive.
So I was just talking about somebody that's never purchased a home that's in that certain, I don't know if there's an income requirement or not, but it used to, I guess there is. It used to be a grant program where the city would give you money towards your down payment. And that's still in place? Is that behind also as far as the applicants go?
I don't have the specifics of who, how many are in that list at the moment.
Because
I apologize, Jennifer was going to be here, she would know that, but she's out today.
Okay.
Apologize.
Because that's what I'm hearing is there's a long wait list on that also.
Yeah.
There is, Councilman, yeah, there's more need than financial resources available. So it's a federally funded program. Our community development block grant pays for, or home monies pays for the down payment assistance.
And then the other thing I was going to ask, I know some cities have an enhancement that if you're a safety officer, whether it be police, fire, whatever, that in some of these infill areas that you can go in and obtain those houses at a special, get grants or money toward that. Do we have anything like that?
I'm not aware of anything. Yeah, I've heard of programs like that, but I don't think we have anything for like teachers or
because these older
public safety.
A lot of these older subdivisions are not attractive, but they may be if somebody could get into it for the right price. And it's nice having like a police officer or a first responder or somebody on your street, especially if they've got their car parked out there or whatever. So I don't know, maybe we could look into that.
I'd be happy to look. I know I've heard about those programs.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd be happy to take a closer look.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman, that's a good idea. We can look at it for the upcoming budget for the federal monies. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and on that note, Peter, why don't, if you can, I think it'd be worth everyone seeing give us a list of those programs, because there's multiple programs. There's one that I'm very interested that I have no idea where we are on it, and it's for the elderly, the repairs for the elderly, and I think there was a very long list. Maybe just give us a whole briefing on all of those programs that utilize the federal funds.
Yeah.
And what they are, and is there a list, and just the status of each.
Okay, we can do that.
Because we allocate those dollars to the programs that we feel should be, continue, or however we decide to do it.
Right.
And I think there needs to be, maybe there could be a better focus, not on y'all's side, because you recommend, that's fine, but on our educational side.
We can do that. That's good timing because the federal program for the new grant starts pretty soon.
Right.
With community outreach, we'll start with the city council, obviously, so good timing.
Okay.
Yeah.
And maybe include what monies go, because I think we also allocate monies out.
Yeah.
And then they do their programs, Catholic Charities, for example.
Right.
And do the same sort of thing. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. McGinn, thank you very much.
I still have a comment.
Oh, yes, Councilwoman.
Okay, thank you. And I do remember that program, Councilman Roy, where I thought that there was an incentive for officers or firefighters to move into a certain areas and that they would get help. I didn't know it didn't exist anymore, so thank you for bringing that up. But I also wanted more clarification. When you say about the revised program guidelines, so right now, this will apply to, and I represent District 2, we have a lot of blight in our district, a lot of, just neighborhoods that really need help. And we also have a lot of people that need a place to live. So with this, you're saying that, for example, someone, anywhere, right, you can apply and, okay, but right now on the accessory dwelling units that Councilman Pusley wants to eliminate in this guideline, I am actually would be championing this because I think this is actually something that Austin is considering right now. So I'm kind of like, this is something that I wanted to discuss with you beforehand. I just didn't have a chance. But yes, we're reaching a point to where, there's a need for people and for on both ends, people that want to maybe make a little bit of money, but also want to help out, the public that needs a place that they can afford. So what you're saying here, though, is that if we were to vote for this as it is right now, with the accessory dwelling, you would be able to qualify then to, if you wanted to build like a little home or like your garage, you convert it which you can now, though, can't?
Yeah, we have accessory dwelling unit code within the UDC that kind of spells out the parameters. The owner is required to be in either the main house or live in the accessory dwelling unit.
Okay.
And so the property owner does need to be on site, and there's not, we're suggesting you have to obviously follow all the rules of the current city codes to do this.
Mm-hmm.
This is a new item. We were just recommending that it be added as an eligible item that could be, where you could see the fee reduction. And these fees wouldn't be a whole lot. These fees would probably be $1,000 or $2 to permit one of these smaller structures. It's not like a house. A house is about anywhere from $3,000 to $4,000 is our average waiver to a property. And so, there's no geographic limitations other than you'd have to meet the requirements. We envision it that it's probably, the newer subdivisions in the south side, a lot of the lots are pretty small. They're
Yeah.
4,500 or the 6,000. And it's, ironically, a lot of these older neighborhoods where you'd have the 10 and 12,000 square foot lots. And so adding a unit is you have plenty of space in your
It's
backyard
practical.
versus the south side, where you don't necessarily have that space. And you typically end up with basically the same density within the neighborhood. So if you say you're building 4,500 foot lots and you're taking these older neighborhoods that are at 10 or 12,000 square foot and just adding another unit, you basically have the same level of density and the same amount of space. So that was the idea. It obviously wasn't part of the program last year. We just thought it was a way to introduce it. There's obviously we can do it in a different way. We could look at using focusing on accessory dwelling units with a different program. But this was just a thought. We had the conversation, was a way to kind of introduce the concept to the community. So just at least start the discussion about moving in that direction. There's in the city doing some more to promote that, because it is a trend across the country where cities are using it as a tool for affordable housing to get more units, more density in areas where you have existing infrastructure. So that we thought this was maybe a good time to do that.
I think it's very timely. And I also am glad that you mentioned that in order to qualify for this, you have to be a homeowner to actually live, you have to live in that home. You can't come in, I mean, these people, I shouldn't say these people, but people that come and buy homes and then rent them out, and there's never a chance for homeowners to actually buy them. So if we have homeowners that are limited, that can make a little bit of money to, help them and also help, the people that are in need of homes, I mean, I think this is a win-win. So I'm very supportive of this, and I'm glad that you brought this up, and again, very timely.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, this is probably in this from the previous time, but there is a restriction for these homes to be on short-term rental, correct?
Say that quick.
There should be a restriction from having these homes that get these waivers as short-term rentals.
Currently, no, there's nothing that would prevent a house that would be built under this program to be, as long as you meet the requirements of the.
So the accessory building too, I mean, are we looking to improve homes for workforce housing? Or, I mean, because if you don't restrict that, then, especially on the accessory dwellings, you can have that as an issue. I mean, are we going to give the benefit to somebody that's just going to rent it out as a short-term rental?
The owner, I mean, the accessory dwelling unit code today requires that the owner of the property be in either one, the accessory dwelling unit or the main house. So there's nothing to prevent someone from using it as a short-term rental. There's nothing that prevents any house on a block from becoming a short-term rental.
Yeah, Councilman, the goal of this program, and we have a lot of it here in the city, so it's a great program for our city, is infill development, where we have numerous
So the goal is for
vacant lots.
infill development, not workforce housing.
Right. The primary goal is infill, to fill in vacant lots, especially in the inner city where the services already are, water, sewer, police, fire. It's a better cost delivery model than going way out in the suburbs.
Right. I don't know if that was what Councilman Pusley intended, was for it to just be, are we just looking for infill, or, I mean, are we looking for housing for people to live in?
Yeah, goal number one is single-family infill development. That's it. So having a single-family home in a vacant lot, or one where there's a home that really needs to be demolished, and you replace it with a brand-new home, we see it.
Okay, so I just want to make sure it was clear on the goal for what we wanted to do here.
That is the goal.
If the goal is just to have infill and try to eliminate blight,
Right.
okay, then this fits with that, and there wouldn't be an issue.
That's the goal.
That's why the accessory dwelling unit was an option. We're okay if the council wants to recommend taking that out for now. Trying this program, we can introduce it later, or through some other program, as Dan said. Primary goal is single-family infill housing on vacant lots. And $100,000 is really not a lot.
Turn on your-
We probably need more.
I'd like to make a motion, we approve the infill housing program as submitted, and I'm going to make an amendment to that as soon as I get a second.
Second.
Okay, I'm going to open public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item,
Mr.
come on
Austin.
down, item number 21?
We don't need to put anything in there about not allowing STRs?
it doesn't mean that it's not the goal. If you can apply for it, you can apply for it. I think that we should have that amendment in there just to prevent anyone from taking advantage of it.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Sounds like we're having great fun up here talking about housing. I do want to advise
Sir,
council
can you
that-
state your name and address, please?
I'm sorry. My name is Gary Alsop. I'm the CEO of Thanksgiving Homes and the Corpus Christi Housing Authority. I'm very happy to be here today, and I'm pleased that we were involved in drafting this and having some conversations with city staff as they put this together. Thanksgiving Homes has completed about 110 of these homes across the community. We have about a dozen under construction now, so it is an ongoing process. And Thanksgiving Homes is a non-governmental 501c3 non-for-profit, so it operates without direct government funding, and it's done as a nonprofit. So we have to cover the cost of construction when we sell or rent the home. So we do appreciate the fee waiver program. It does make a difference. And we're probably the ones that came up, that recognized first that we had a little problem with the zoning. We bought a couple of lots, and after we found the lot, we found that every house on all sides of it was zoned appropriately, but for some reason, our lot wasn't. And it just became almost a funny situation where you look around and everything looks like this is where the house should be, but it's not granted by the particular zoning. So I'm very supportive and pleased to see that the zoning has been expanded with that. I'm also happy to see that the cost increases are tied to something that as it moves, I think that makes sense over time. We recognize if we established a number that whether it was $150,000 today or $200,000 today, in 5 years that needs to be different. So tying that to some number that recognizes the growth in cost is a great idea. We keep about a third of these houses for rentals, and we sell about 70% of them. So I think that the city was really trying to recognize that we rent those houses or some of those houses and trying to be cooperative with that goal and that operation. We are absolutely fine with renting the homes and removing that in its entirety. You could easily say, as long as the house appraises for less than that number, you could do all kinds of things up front to establish it being an okay for a rental level. But in general, we're very excited to see the program enhanced, and I'm sure we're going to be one of the top users of that. So we appreciate that as well. And I'd be glad to answer any questions that anybody might have.
Yeah. Thank you, Gary. We appreciate you coming down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so is there anyone else that would like to speak on item number 21? Okay, we're going to go ahead and close public comment. So we have yes, sir.
I just hadn't had a chance to comment yet. Can I comment?
Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. No, thanks for the presentation, Dan. Also, I'd given some feedback in the past about some revisions, so I appreciate you guys working with the community stakeholders and bringing these forth to us. I would like to mention, with respect to the dollar amount, with the number one goal being just getting an infill, getting a house built on that infill, would there be any justification for just removing that dollar amount completely? I mean, there would be a benefit in that neighborhood potentially to raise market values if a larger house came in and was built in that. If that's the number one goal, is to develop an infill property. Just a thought.
Yeah, we, of course, as Mr. Pusley mentioned, it was geographic, that was the CDBG eligible neighborhoods and census tracts, so that kind of targeted certain areas where you probably, that the build a house was probably going to be in that range of 150 to 200,000. So the range that would fall under this, we kind of looked at the new home construction and your south side and some of all the new stuff that's being built is probably more like 260 to 280 at the very low end of the new construction. So we didn't really want to have those homes qualify under this program because that's kind of greenfield or kind of more the outer parts of the city. So we did want to focus this, and we felt that price kind of almost forced the homes to be more in the infill existing neighborhoods versus the new developments that with the new streets and the new extensions. So that, I think if you lifted that, then you open the door to these new home builders also then to be eligible for the program. I think that would be the issue if you remove that cap. I think that would be your main concern.
Yeah, I get that, but again, the number one goal is to get a house built there. So I think we just need to continue to talk about that and maybe look at that in the future. I mean, I hate for someone to come in and have a plan for a house and say, oh, well, I've got to remove square footage or get it down below this cap in order to qualify. I mean, they're not going to do that for $4,000 or whatever. You would think not, but again, the number one goal is for an infill house to be built. So, and if we are going to keep that threshold in there, with the rising prices, as you'd mentioned, is there going to be some sort of escalator in the program where it's automatically going to go up, or are you going to come back to council every year for a revision to it?
Yeah, that, by using that percentage of the medium sales price, so as that medium sales price goes up, yeah.
What about the STR? I think we should have the STR.
Dan, I wanted to get some clarification, I guess, on this. Well, I think I talked to you about this by phone yesterday morning as well. And that is the shift from 80% up to 95% of median price. Help me out with this. It seems to me like as if that's going to encourage growth in the price of homes. You're incentivizing more expensive homes to qualify for this fee waiver.
Yeah, well, I think our basis was, we obviously got feedback from stakeholders, but then looking at the last year's numbers, in that we only were able to utilize half of the amount budgeted, we felt like an increase would then open it up to more houses, hopefully to get constructed. I think that number is something we can monitor over 6 months, next 12 months, and if we need to reduce it down, I think that would be appropriate. Like if we're getting to a point where we've kind of gone through the 100,000 within the first 6 months, then yeah, maybe that it would be important to revisit that and maybe look to reduce it down from the 95%. But
So help me out with it, because right now it's at 80% of median price, I guess. I assume that most of the homes that are going to qualify for that are right at that 80%. They're probably not at 60% or 40% or 20% of median price. It's 80%, I would guess, that are qualifying for the. And so if you raise it to 95%, doesn't that mean also then that the homes that are going to qualify for this are going to be at 95%? They're not going to be at 80% or 60%?
yeah, I mean, the change will, basically you're going from the 80% would limit your eligibility to a house that's 213,000 or under. By raising it to the 95%, that goes up to 253,000. And so all the new construction, the Lennars, the Horton, everything that they're doing is well over the 250 or more number. So there's I think we only have a few builders that are actually coming in that kind of price range.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, so I like the infill incentive. I think that's really good. I think the rezoning idea is a good idea as well. But I worry that you were encouraging builders not to build $253,000 homes instead of $213,000 homes, and that's going to make those homes that much less accessible to a large segment of the city's population.
That could be true. I think we need to monitor it and see, if we'll get the values and maybe get an idea of what, if the houses are being built closer to that 213 versus maybe the 265, and of course we'd like to see them as low as possible. But again, we're trying to get more houses built. Of course, we'd like to see them at the lower end of that range versus the higher, but I think it's something we can watch closely and come back if needed.
Mayor, can we get, would it be possible for Mr. Alsop to come up here? And since we've I'd like to get his viewpoint on that with 110 houses he's built, and since we've kind of got differing views on this,
Sure.
if that was possible.
Sure. Mr. Gary, yeah.
Thank you very much. One of the pushbacks we have received from neighbors is that they were afraid that we were going to put hugely expensive houses around them. And so I would be afraid of getting too expensive of a house in a neighborhood. And we try to make sure that our homes are consistent with the neighborhood.
Right.
So in terms of, I wouldn't have a huge fear about seeing people build a bunch of $300,000 houses in these infill lots. But I would also want to make sure that the community felt that we were making sure that that wasn't going to happen. So a little pushback perhaps would be appropriate there as well. And again, that's been probably one of the biggest pushbacks we've had as we talk to the neighbors when we're building these houses, is to make sure that if it's a $200,000 house, then their taxes might go up a little bit, but if it's a $400,000 house,
Right.
then their taxes could potentially go up fairly dramatically.
What is your, kind of your basic 3-bedroom, 2-bath, just very, very basic starter home going for now?
The most expensive one we've sold is about $189,000. So we're still sub $200,000 in terms of our actual cost to get those done.
So you're pushing up soon against that 213
We're gonna be
number now.
pushing that 213, and I think most of the city council is aware that we've purchased a old school site, and we're planning to put a subdivision, a little mini subdivision in there. And our costs are gonna be quite a bit higher in that one, and we're probably gonna be honestly close to that 213 cap. So we're gonna be right in that neighborhood, I suspect.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Councilman, we have a motion and a second, but your motion is,
I want to make an amendment to
Okay.
my motion, and the amendment would be to do 3 things. One, that the houses could be rented to anybody. We take out the requirement of Corpus Christi Housing Authority tenant. That'd be number one. Number two, that we take out the accessory dwelling units program and put that somewhere else. And number three, that these homes cannot be built to utilize for STRs. That's my amendment.
who had seconded that?
Oh, do we need, I'll second.
Second it? Okay. Okay, any further discussion?
Just to clarify, just for the record, the short-term rentals is STRs. the
Yes.
Short-term
Yes,
rentals.
short-term
Yeah,
rentals.
short-term rentals. Just in
Right.
case somebody doesn't know.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Councilwoman Campos says no. The motion carries. Thank you, Mr. McGinn.
Then we
And
need
thank you,
to,
Gary.
we need to vote on the main motion
Oh,
now.
I'm so sorry. Right. Okay, do we have a
We had
motion?
a second, and I made the motion, and Gil Cernak.
Gil seconded. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Voting on the amended motion.
No.
Motion carries. Okay, thank you. Item number 22. An ordinance authorizing an agreement between the Corpus Christi B Corporation and Corpus Christi Patch, Inc. for the securing and stabilizing of the Ritz Theater.
Good afternoon, Heather Hurlbert, Assistant Director of Finance. I'm not the Assistant Director of Finance, sorry. I'm Assistant City Manager. I don't know what I am right now. Anyway, this is being brought forward from the Type B Board. It is a recommendation from them to award the Ritz Theater the $230,000 funding. I do have Randy Almaguer here to do the presentation if you have specific questions on it. And so I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you.
Mayor, I just had one question, and we can do this how we want to, but I spoke with Alyssa this morning, and the question I had was, how is this $230,000 going to be actually utilized? And she explained that this is a matching grant that we're applying for, and then if everything goes like it's supposed to, this money will come, this $230,000 will come back to us. Is that correct or not?
Well, why don't you,
All right, go ahead with the
yeah, because it'll be in the presentation,
All
I
right, go
think.
ahead.
Thank you, Heather. Madam Mayor, Council, Randy Almaguer, Compliance Officer with the Economic Development Corporation. Councilman Pusley, the answer to your question, no. What this is an upfront request for the $230,000. And the reason they're wanting it upfront is because it's a time-sensitive grant that was issued by the Texas Historic Commission. Due to Hurricane Harvey, damage was done to the historic Ritz Theater. And in order to receive that, they have to pretty much weather seal tight the exterior of the historic Ritz Theater. And they have to have that done by March 31, 2024 next year, and get all receipts submitted and all documented in order for them to receive that reimbursement grant. At that time, they'll posture CC Patch overlooking the historic Ritz Theater to go to phase 2, which would be construction documents, schematic design, and utilizing that $230,000 from that reimbursement grant to go into the next phase of their project.
Okay, so I went to a meeting at the Ritz here, and the mayor was there as well, been 3 or 4 months ago, I guess. And there was a company there that had been hired to basically come in and do an evaluation of the structural integrity of the building. Okay, where does this fold into that? So has that been?
So yes.
You know, I got criticized this morning on the radio. Some guy said, well, I'm surprised you're not more up to date. Well, I'm not up to date because we haven't heard anything.
Yeah.
So is it?
You know, I brought the executive director for CC Patch here.
No,
to talk about the next few slides to really talk about.
Well, here's what I'd like. I'd like for Cheryl to come up and give us the historic piece of this and how it started, because it was a long time ago, but the movement really started recently, and it's extremely important that all of the bodies that are a part of this partnership in moving the Ritz forward understand where we are, how we got there, and really the history of where you've been, which isn't that long, but it'll answer some questions for you. Cheryl.
So if you could bring up the presentation that the EDC had sent over, that would be great.
And Cheryl, tell us about your position.
I'm Cheryl Vatsmeyer-Rios. I'm the executive director for CC Patch, which is leading the way in the rehabilitation of the Ritz Theater. I came on 1 year ago. This project has been going on for quite some time, as we know. And so what I've been doing over the last year is really kind of turning around the reputation of this, the longevity of the project, and really pushing it forward and bringing on the pro team to move us forward in this project. So a lot of people don't know that CC Patch is a nonprofit organization. So the venue itself, of course, we will have management coming in for the for-profit multi-use venue for dance, theater, cinema, and music. We were recently designated, which is really exciting, as a certified music-friendly town by the governor and the music office in Austin, which is really going to benefit the Ritz Theater in the long run. One of the things you're asking is about OTJ. So we felt was important over the last few months was offer informational series to the community, which we did do a press release on, and we invited the community to come for 4 weeks. It was every Tuesday. For people to come and ask questions and to hear what we had to say about the Ritz. We really feel, and as in your position, I would want to know the answers as well. And when I jumped on board, and before I ever jumped on board this project, I asked, what were the hiccups? Why did this take so long? What is happening now, and where do you see this happening? I would never have jumped onto this project if I didn't know that what we were going to do was have a final success of opening the Ritz Theater and also creating something really to identify our downtown area and make it a destination area for Corpus Christi. So next slide, and next slide, and next slide. So the vision that we have for the Ritz Theater is rehabilitation of the Ritz. We want to keep the 1930s aesthetic of the theater. We feel like that's a major component to have for our city. It makes us a unique venue compared to the other ones that we do have, but we do want to make it state-of-the-art. We don't want it to be something that's subpar. We want it to be the best of what's happening in Corpus Christi. One of the things that we will offer, as along with the the music, dance, and theater for the community to come to is also we're a nonprofit. So we're creating programming that's for arts education, K through 12 in specific, but also for senior and adults. When I was at K-Space Contemporary, with my prior career, I developed a program that reached out to all areas of Corpus Christi, especially the underserved areas. We are being deprived of lots of funding from our state and our schools, and what I did then and what I'll do again is create programming that is free for underserved areas and marginalized community, and that's going to be an essential part of our programming that we do have. So one of the great things about a historic theater, and as we've seen across America, is that it's an economic driver. It can be a destination place for people to come to. One of the biggest things I hear from people are that, I've got a membership to the Majestic Theater. Why can't we have that here? Well, we will have that here. So one of the things that's pretty exciting, next slide. One of the things that's pretty exciting is that we brought on OTJ. To lead this project. They are known for being the best of the best. We found them through the League of Historic American Theaters, who we follow very closely because they help champion historic theaters coming back to life. They are bringing on a team that are specializing in theatrical engineering, sound engineering, every component that we could possibly make to make this project a success. We will have it accomplished within our theater. We also just brought in a capital campaign manager, Susan Palmer of Westport Group out of the East Coast. She specializes in historic theaters and bringing them back to life. One of her recent projects, she raised $21 million for her project to be complete, and it was a historic theater. She is among the best of the best. We want that here in Corpus. There's no reason why we shouldn't have it. One of the things I do hear from our community is, how is this going to work? People are waiting to write checks. I believe that the city is going to lead us, if they approve, and you'll approve, which I think you will, and move this forward, is that they're waiting for the leadership of our city to move us forward. We have so many great things happening in Corpus Christi. A lot. I've been here since 1996. I came here when La Palmera Mall was, and then all of a sudden downtown's happening. I'm on the board of directors of the Downtown Management District. I believe in what's happening in Corpus Christi. I believe in being a part of the revitalization, and I believe this should be a part of it. Next slide. Oh, can you go back one, please? This is one of the questions of where the funding will go. The funding that's going to be matching the Texas Historical Commission grant is specific to fundraising for the weatherproofing and the weatherproofing of the building. They have worked on the roof, but this is going to make it watertight to where we can actually start the construction on the inside. You can't have any moisture inside. So what we're going to do is take those funds, put $500,000 into the exterior, and then move forward with our fundraising and capital campaign to bring in the rest of the funds to start with the construction. Next slide. So these are the different companies involved with OTJ. Susan Palmer, as I mentioned. We have theatrical planners, we have structural engineers, the MEPs are coming in, and also plaster repair and decorative painting. One of the really beautiful things about our theater is everything's handmade inside. So there's no resins or any kind of wood carving. We have what is it? The elements inside are made of plaster on the decorative elements, and then we also have wood carving and also historic seating that we're going to replicate. So we're really excited about bringing in this whole team that understands exactly where we're headed. If anybody has taken time to look at, I've mentioned before, the Plaza Theater out of El Paso. OTJ rehabilitated that theater as well. That took a 20-year from the time it came into conceptualization of starting this rehab process to the time they opened. It was 20 years. So, I mean, these are long projects, they're big projects, they're expensive projects, but if we also look at the Majestic Theater, it still went through the same process and is a thriving theater at this time. Next slide. And that is an example of what the Ritz will look like. This is the Plaza Theater in El Paso. It's an atmospheric theater, so when you walk in, this is basically what you'll see in the Ritz Theater. Next slide. So one of the things we chose to do, rather than go into the direction of preservation, restoration, or reconstruction, what we were doing is picking a point in time in the theater's history, and we're going to head for rehabilitation. That allows for a little bit of leniency to bring in things such as state-of-the-art equipment, adjustment to size of seating, lighting, different kinds of elements like that, to where we'll be able to do this without having any kind of issue of preservation. With preservation, what's the expectation is taking it back exactly and using those materials, which is kind of like not something that we really could do that would be cost effective. Next slide. So, did you want to come up and, no? Okay. What our immediate need is the $230,000, so we can match and leverage the money that is being offered and given to us by the Texas Historical Commission. We're very excited about that opportunity. The project, I have the construction team, Stoddard Construction, is ready to go. And we'll have this part of the project completed by March 31st, which is really exciting because there will be movement and you will see things happening on the exterior of the building.
Right. Cheryl, thank you so much. And we would be remiss if we didn't mention Monica Sawyer, who is not here with us today, but she has been the other part of this.
Yes.
As well as, Leslie Lomax, who has been pushing this from the beginning. And so, I'm super passionate about this because this is a part of our history, the city's history, and it's been sitting there for years and years and years, just falling apart. And these ladies came to my office, I don't know, we should write down that date, I'm sure it's somewhere, and said, we want to do this, and we want the support of the city. And of course, this is the city here in terms of the 9 elected officials, but that day I said, this is absolutely something I commend and support because it's a huge endeavor. Like you said, this is a it could be a $30-40 million project, and it takes passion. It takes people to believe in the work that's being done. Charlie Webb is sitting with us today. He is extremely passionate and happens to be a good friend of ours and a wonderful friend of the Ritz. So Charlie, thank you for what you're doing because this is going to be a project that is going to, we're going to come and go here, and y'all are going to be before councils saying, here's where we are, here's the update, and it's a part of history, moving forward in partnership with you all. Charlie, would you like to say just a couple of words, because I know you're very passionate about this, and I love it.
Being a lawyer is hard not to talk when given the opportunity. But no, I can't do any better than what she did. I mean, she really summed it up very well, and she's given this talk before several groups and does such an incredible job each time. So I will yield all my time to her. We thank you for your support. There is a large group expanding every day.
That's right.
Some exciting news coming out this week, we hope, about a fundraiser opportunity that fell into our laps. But I'm just not able to talk about it yet, but stay tuned. And so, this time around, Council, I think this opportunity has deeper roots and a lot more, I know so, and a lot more strength and get them behind it. And we appreciate your support. We can't do it without you.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlie. And here's my,
oh, yeah.
It's been on my purse ever since. Anyway, there's yours. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your time in the presentation. Does anyone have any questions?
So now that the mayor has put us all behind the 8 ball, I do have some questions.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'll go back to where I started.
Okay.
And look, I was involved in trying to save a historic building for 9 years.
Yes.
So I know exactly what you're going through. I've been there, done that. My first question is, I was under the assumption, I thought that the Ritz had already had a new roof put on it. Is that
There was work on the roof. They have received TERS funding, but there are different elements up on the roof along with the wall space that need to be repaired. It's allowing water into it, but that was not a part of the roof.
Okay.
That specific area.
So this money is going to be used for the roof only?
No, it's going to be the cracks and sealing in the exterior walls, doors, and the rest of the parapets along the side, the roof area.
And is the Texas Historical Commission putting any requirements on you to give you this money, because they are really good about doing that?
No, and I know that there were some issues about comparison to the federal courthouse and our project. And one of the things I called this morning to make sure I clarified with Texas Historical Commission that I'm going to read exactly what Andrew Miller sent to me. It says, my question was, what restrictions are placed on the Ritz property by the grant and National Register of Historic Places. Per preservation easement, this is an interest in easement in the property for the conservation and preservation of historic, architectural, archaeological, cultural values of the nature and character for a 10-year term. It's not a 20-year term. It's not anything that's going to last a very long time. But what this does do is gives us the requirement to maintain the property with accordance with the standards. And the standards are by the Secretary of the State of Interiors for the treatment of historic properties and standards for archaeological and historic preservation. Requirements for this to change anything or do anything has to be by written consent for the activity that would affect or alter the property with the exception of routine maintenance. So we can't go in and say, oh, we're going to change that because we want to change it. We have to follow the guidelines to stay in the parameter of what the historical aesthetic is.
Well, my point for bringing that
Yes.
up,
Mm-hmm.
and I want you, because we got 8 feet deep with the Texas Historical Commission over this kind of thing.
Mhm.
When they put these restrictions on there, they're serious about it. And so you got to be really careful about when you take their money, because then they're in your bailiwick and they're running your program for 10 years.
Right.
And you have to understand that, because they are very serious about this. They send teams of people down here to inspect what you're doing, and if you want to change a door or a window, it has to be done exactly to their specifications, and
Right.
not something that you want to do or change yourself.
Correct.
So I'm just
Yes,
giving you that.
we've looked at this and we've talked with them just so we could understand this. And so what we understand, and this is why we're going back to the rehabilitation path, is that those guidelines are important and essential for anybody that would come after us to make sure that whatever is happening to the theater is not disrupted historically. If we were to go in and not be part of this program, it doesn't allow us for certain funding that we could receive historically from the federal government and also from state government. So we're aware, we are, and we're being good stewards of that.
Okay. And I'll go back to my original question. Where is the architectural firm in their study of the structural integrity of the building?
So they walked in and they said that after they were here for a week, they feel that we have great bones for our theater. They feel that with our project from start to finish, it could take 3 to 4 years to finish. They feel like this is nothing compared to what they've experienced before. I've seen pictures where they've gone into these theaters and you could see out through the sky. We're not like that. They are confident that the integrity of the steel I-beams in the building are good. So we're looking at exterior, watertight. We're going to redo the inside. Plaster looks good. There's a lot of repair work because there's water damage inside from the leakage, but that's to be expected.
Okay, well, I just want you to understand, I'm a huge champion of downtown Corpus Christi.
Yes.
Alyssa will testify to that.
Yes.
And I have been for many, many years, but I get paid to ask the tough questions.
I
And I hope
understand.
you appreciate that.
I
So,
understand.
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cheryl, we appreciate the work you're doing, and we know
Thank you.
this has taken a lot of time from all of you to make certain this is going to happen in the right way, in the right direction, as Charlie mentioned. It is.
Yes.
So, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to make the motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
We need to open public comment.
Councilman Sutton.
Oh, Councilman Suckley. Who was first?
Cheryl,
Yes.
thanks for the presentation.
Yes.
I too am supportive. I probably have some questions too. With respect to the $500,000 being spent, the weatherproofing, is
Yes.
that essentially going to just kind of put a pause on any additional damage that would occur over the years as you guys are coming up with a plan? You're just basically waterproofing it. It's not going to be like, you're not fixing the exterior to be like the permanent exterior going
No.
forward. Okay, it's
No,
just
the
basically
facade has
securing the
been
building.
altered so much over the last several decades. It doesn't look really anything like it did. So with what the imagery that we have historically, they'll be able to, when the plan is in action by OTJ and the specialists, to bring back the awning, the blade, and bringing in the lobby back to where it was. It's all flat right now. There's operatic doors that have been closed in, windows that have been closed in. So right now, no, we're not doing that. This is just strictly to weatherproof.
Okay.
Yeah.
It looks like you put together a great team of a lot of
Yes.
subject matter experts, so congratulations on that.
Thank you.
So that should help you put together a pretty good number for what the total project cost is?
Yes.
I'm assuming we may be early in that endeavor, but I'm assuming they can give us some estimate as to what the total project's going to be?
There is an estimate. So one of the questions that was brought up with the EDC was that conservatively, if we were just to restore the historic building, we're looking at $25 million. If we were to choose, which we would like to have the vision to move forward to an addition, we're looking at a total cost, well, conservatively, $55 million. That's
Okay.
It's a big project.
Yeah.
We're not naive to the fact that it is, but
Yeah.
we do know that we can get the funding for it.
Okay. Yeah, those of us that went to Oklahoma City had a chance to tour a building called the First National, which was an old bank that I think was 90 years old. And they, I think their costs nearly doubled over the time they were working on it because of all the restoration
Yes.
work and all the things that went into it, so.
And
but you have a
initially,
good-
the cost wasn't that much because, COVID happened, then we had supply and demand, and of course, steel and all of that goes into it. Supplies has gone up, and then, it just is what it is across the nation.
Yeah. My last question is, do you guys envision coming back to the city again for additional funding, or is this a one-shot deal to leverage?
Charlie's.
You can ask that question, and yes, we will be coming back.
Okay.
So
Okay.
there'll be programming, I think, that we can ask funding through, and so we will be coming back. But I think
Okay.
once you see the progress and the action taken, I think the city will be behind the project.
Okay.
And-
I think those are just all things that we need to know.
Yes.
So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Cheryl. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, forgive my ignorance on this because, I guess I hadn't paid a lot of attention, but it seemed like the Ritz has been under kind of reconstruction, renovation for the last 20 years. When did this start?
So it started, when did it start? I would say 2015, it was taken possession by CC Patch. And so the board of directors was a board of directors of volunteers. So if you're looking at a project, such a big project, I think that's a hard project to complete with just volunteers. I think they did what they could. I think that number one, my history here in the city is that we weren't ready when they first got a hold of it. I don't think Corpus Christi could have handled a project like this. I do know with what we have happening with our city, with the industry that's moving in, the population growth, the different economic drivers that are happening here, the new bridge, deepening and widening of the port, everything that's coming together is placing this at a really nice pivotal point for the Ritz Theater. And so when I came on board, that was the first question I asked. I'm like, why has it taken so long? And, they were honest. We're volunteers. We have our own businesses. We have our families. We just wanted to keep a hold of it until the right person came along and it was the right time. So now it's happening.
Okay, so how long do you plan, what's the end date of when you expect to have this thing completed?
So we're hoping to start the first quarter of '24, which is just right around the corner. It could be at the end of '24. With our capital campaign manager, we're going to sit down and do a strategic plan with specific and what this looks like and talk to OTJ, which they're already looking at. They're talking that once the hammers hit the wall, 4 to 5 years, we're looking at probably 28.
Hopefully it's not like our Harbor Bridge.
It won't be.
So how much of the $55 million that you said that is going to be needed has already been spent?
So since I came on board, we started a major, fundraising and starting to ask the community for funding. So I raised $100,000 just this last year since I came on. And then we're writing grants, and we're also looking at historic tax credits federally and statewide, which we're allowed to now apply for because we're being designated and not actually nominated for a designation.
Okay, so if start in 2015, you kind of gave the example of 20 years for the plaza.
Yes.
So I guess you have until 2035, I guess?
Right? Well, no, I would say that I would look at it as, well, the project's been going for 15 years. We've got 5 more years, we'll make 20 then. So,
Okay, so so you mentioned the year that you've been on, you've only collected 100. Do you know anything back to 2015?
I know the Turks had offered and given $100,000 towards the roof and other fundraising.
Maybe Alyssa can give us an accounting at some point as to how much has already been spent since its inception of trying to get it up and running again.
So basically, since 2015, when the volunteer group came together, has there been fundraising? How much was it, or how much were you involved in it all in terms of the tours?
For the Turks.
Good afternoon, Council. Alyssa, are we wearing the same?
We're wearing the same dress.
Elizabeth Mason, Executive Director of the Downtown Management District. Since with the TERS grant that we stabilized the roof with, it was a reimbursement grant for the roof repairs, so we have invested about $100,000 in that. I think there have been minimal investments made up to that. I can tell you Patch was really established, I believe, in 2011. I remember writing them an email when I was a grad student looking to volunteer because this seemed like an initiative that was really important to downtown. So I think that's when they were really kicking off, and I think that they've raised funds in order to keep the lights on, in order to facilitate events there, but I think this is the most legitimate effort that has been undertaken regarding the property. So not that much. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Alyssa.
I guess
I would say
next
that-
time, when we, I'm assuming you're going to come back at some point.
Yes.
But maybe have a more historical background as to what, when it shut the doors, when it patch tick into place. That way we can have a better kind of feel
So
and
I think
understanding
that
for it.
one of the presentations you have in your folder is a previous presentation that we had submitted for view. There is a timeline, a historical timeline included in that. So the doors closed in 1989, opened in 1929, closed in 1989. Like sat stagnant till Monica Sawyer had seen it, and then she pursued really trying to get a hold of it. So we do have that on record. Mm-hmm. It's also on our website, so check out our website.
It ceased operations long before that as a movie theater.
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
As a movie theater,
I'm
it
sorry,
ceased
it
operations.
ceased operations as a movie theater long before 1989.
In the 70s, and then became a music hall.
And Cheryl, maybe it would, the little booklet that has the timeline, maybe you can send, or you said it's in our packet.
I believe
Was
that
it
the
included?
presentation was sent over
Peter?
at some point.
Was it included? Heather, somebody?
I don't think we had
No?
it.
Okay. Maybe you can send it to
I
us?
can send it.
Okay.
Yeah, I
That'd
will
be
do
great.
that.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm
No
not
problem.
familiar with,
Sure, yeah.
a lot of what's been happening recently with this particular building. They spent a lot of money on that plaza in El Paso. I'm originally from there. I remember when it was pretty much a, homeless shelter. So it can, they spent a lot of money on that. So
This
it
will be
just-
a lot of money too.
Yeah. Exactly. A lot of money.
It
Well,
will be.
And they're raising it, and
we're
they're
raising
doing,
it.
they're
Yes,
getting grants.
you know,
and
we're-
This is a good thing. Gil, it's a good thing.
Well, we still have the Saline Auditorium to fix too, so.
We're
thanks.
not, right, okay. Okay, Cheryl, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I had, then we're going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 22?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Elizabeth Mason, Executive Director of the Downtown Management District. We just want to say thank you for your support of the Ritz Theater. Starting with the TERS grant back in 2018, 2017 was the first time that the city really took a leadership role in stabilizing the building and making this pathway. This has been in the DMD strategic plan since about 2014 because we know this theater is really important to our Main Street revitalization. This is one of about 9 vacant properties that remains in the DMD on Chaparral Street that's vacant. So we really are aiming to activate these properties one at a time. We think Cheryl is a wonderful example of a community resident. She is a downtown resident, then joined the DMD board and is now leading this initiative to revitalize this building. So we're very grateful to Cheryl and that whole group. And this is just a wonderful example of cultural heritage tourism and the type of thing that drives trips to the downtown area. It will be an asset to leverage with all of our bars and restaurants. We really want to have these additional features that create that ecosystem. So thank you again for your support and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Alyssa. Is there anyone else that would like to make public comment on item number 22? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. I made the motion. Is there a second?
Second. What?
Second and third. Okay, any further comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Thank you, Cheryl. Okay, and our last item under briefings is item number 23, a briefing on developer proposed tax increment reinvestment zone for the Baresi Village development.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
So today I'll be going over, we have a request from a developer to create a TERS, or a tax increment financing zone for the development of the Baresi Village.
Okay, I'm sorry, just a second.
Sure.
Are you all, Stephanie, do you all have the PowerPoints? Yeah,
Oh,
we-
I'm
yeah,
sorry,
we have
yes,
a- yeah,
yes.
okay. We do
The
have a,
final ones, yeah.
right, there's an updated copy since last Friday, so I'm just going to pass it out.
Sorry about that.
All right, no problem.
And I got a question for Miles, just so that it's public. If I am in the neighborhood that is adjacent to this, am I required to recuse myself from this vote?
Well, there's no vote today, so.
In the future?
In the future, okay. He lives in the neighborhood next to
And
it.
I'm asking, am I required?
In general, if a measure has a greater impact upon you than it would an ordinary citizen, then you should recuse. That greater impact is the test. Can I say that for sure just because you're a neighboring? In general, the test is, does the measure have a greater impact upon you than it would an ordinary citizen?
So I guess the question is if my property value goes up, is that considered a good thing if I have to pay more taxes on it every year?
If you believe it's going to have, it has a higher likelihood of increasing your property value than an ordinary citizen, then yes, you would.
Okay, I'm being pressured by
Wise to
certain council
recuse.
members to not be able to partake in this. So I apologize to the Baresi and my neighbors, towards my neighbors, but
You ain't being pressured by me.
no.
Pressuring you
no.
on council.
Who's
Sylvia,
pressuring
what'd you just say?
What? Who's
What'd you
pressuring
just say?
I just said, I
Will
just said,
it,
who's pressuring you?
will it benefit me more than the ordinary citizen? I would sure like to hope so, but in 12 years of this waiting, to happen, not because of the city's actually helped move us in the right direction. But this was, just for the record, this was my NBA finance capstone project. That's how long we've been waiting for this, but thank you. Sorry, Councilman.
I have a question regarding that. Is he within 200 feet of this property? Michael?
No, I'm not.
So I'm thinking like with our zoning, if you're within 200 feet, you're notified within that zoning. I mean, if he's outside that, I can't imagine it affecting him as to vote on this. It's not, I mean, Miles, maybe you give us an opinion on that.
I am within 400 feet. Just give me an opinion when we're done. I've already seen this project 50,000 times anyways. I think it's great.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We can look into that in more detail, and I can provide all of the criteria on recusal. I mean, my general recommendation is to recuse if you're in doubt, because otherwise you are living the sleepless nights of an ethics complaint.
So something like, if we did and just for an example, the mayor lives in Kings Crossing, so if we did any deals with Kings Crossing, she would have to recuse herself similarly?
I never said must.
Or
What I in general said is when in doubt, because many of these criteria are somewhat vague, so there is often a lot of doubt. When in doubt, you are generally wise to recuse or to face the possibility of the sleepless nights of an ethics.
I think that's way too swinging from the ankles, Miles. I mean, the garbage trucks pick up my garbage every Monday morning, and I sit down here every year and vote on whether or not we raise the rates of the garbage pickup department. So what's the difference?
Well, I didn't write the laws that apply to it, but so I will provide you a memo that provides those laws and specifies them, and you'll see that some of the terms are ambiguous, and that's just what we're subjected to.
Okay. I agree with that.
Well, we're not voting on anything today, so.
No, we're not. So let's move on.
Sure. So the project is located, the first map on your left-hand side is an overview of the area, and it has the TAMU-CC campus, the main campus, along with the other campus that's over there off of East Jocelyn for orientation. Then the second map over here is a more detailed map of where the area is. And so this is 127 acres. The area used to be the Faro Valley Country Club. This area is solely owned by the developer. And this area does have a PUD, or a planned unit development, and deed restrictions on it as a result of the fact of the prior existence as the golf course, along with some other things there. Next slide, please. So this is a rendering of what the plan is for the area, and we will go into this in much more detail as we walk through the presentation. Next slide, please. So the proposed development is a village-type development. This includes a village plazas, bell towers, wedding chapels, event space. There's a plan of 1,350 multifamily units, 350 plus single-family homes, a hotel with between 100 and 120 keys, up to 200,000 square feet of retail space, a public par 3 golf course, sports courts, and a nature preserve. The timeline is 10 to 12 years for complete build out. And at completion, the anticipated taxable value is between $800 million and $1 billion in value. Next slide, please. So this is proposed phasing on the project, starting at the right-hand side of the map. Phase 1 would be there, wrapping around to the left-hand side of the map to phase 2, wrapping back around towards the right again, phase 3, phase 4, and then the final phase of phase 5. Next slide, please. So these are a lot of words, but these are the different projects that are being proposed within the project and financing plan. This includes a lot of infrastructure along with amenities within the development. So everything from pond and canals, structured parking, landscaping, wayfinding signage and lighting, traffic and street improvements, parks and fountains, public restrooms, the village-style plaza and tower, supplemental public safety aspects, the nature preserve, golf and walking trails, public sewage, storm, and water infrastructure, along with capital costs related to the project. So these all are included in the proposed project and financing plan to be reimbursed through the TERS. Next slide, please.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Your comment, Heather, about this is what's proposed in the project and financing plan?
Yes.
Is this according to the developer, or is this, it's not any sort of recommendation at this
No.
point? Just to clarify.
Exactly. And so to further clarify on that, this is because this is being requested by the developer. The developer does come forward with a request and with a proposed project and projects within the project and financing plan. We will walk through this process. If there is direction to move forward with this, then this is all part of the kind of negotiation, just like we would do with any type of economic development type of incentive or anything like that. We have the developer's request, and then we'll walk through that process and see what council would like to move forward with. So these are the dollar amounts that are associated, the costs associated with the different projects that were listed, walking from the pond and canals through the structured parking, landscaping, infrastructure, public restrooms, nature preserve, golf and walking trails. And so with these projects, there's a total of about almost $59 million worth of improvements, facilities, and infrastructures. So then dropping down to the table below that, the developer has included about $11 million for possible inflation, since we are in high inflation environment right now, along with about $10 million worth of financing cost. Our administrative costs, which would be primarily for the city's time and any type of audits and things like that we would need for that. And so currently the amount requested to be reimbursed by the TERS is at 82.5 or 82.6 million. Next slide, please. So walking through the phases, this is the first phase, which on that large map started at the right along Ennis Jocelyn. The map does have a little summary of what all will be there. If you go to the next slide. So this is the listing of all of the different projects that will be completed within this phase, along with the type of development. So there's an anticipated $15.7 million worth of projects that are being requested for reimbursement. Within this first phase, there will be 345 multifamily units, the hotel, 6,000 square feet of restaurant space, 15,000 square feet of retail space, 400 spaces in the parking garage. And a little bit on the parking garages is that by the planned unit development, by the PUD, structured parking is required. There can be a limitation on surface lots. And so what the developer is proposing is that the TERS would pay for about 100 spaces in each of the 4 parking garages for a total of 400 spaces that would be open to the public. 1,000 square foot of cafe space, the 6,000 square foot chapel, the 5,000 square foot plaza, the 5,000 square foot bell tower, 2 lake structures, along with 5,000 square foot of banquet space. Next slide, please. So moving into phase 2, so this is kind of moving, I guess, north, across over towards where the old golf course area was, away from Innis Jocelyn. And so this will have more of the park amenities in it. Next slide, please. So this also has the ponds and grading, the streets and sidewalks, the storm drainage, sanitary sewer, parking garage, lighting, sports courts, landscaping, furnishing, signage, and then along with the cost and contingencies. So a total of $18.5 million being proposed within this phase. In this phase, the development that would occur would be the addition of another 345 multifamily units, development of 12 sports courts, a parking garage with 450 spaces, of which 100 would be open to the public, a 12,000 square foot clubhouse, a lazy river pool, the par 3 golf course, 40 townhomes, 1 public park area, the public walking path, 6 of those, along with 4 lake structures, and a warehouse of about 20,000 square feet. Now, there is kind of a disclaimer, these are what are planned right now. As we all know, as we go through development, a lot of times those can modify a little bit, but this is what the developer is anticipating to put into these phases of development. Next slide, please. So then moving back down, this is the 3rd phase. Each of these phases are anticipated to take 1 to 3 years and will progress will flow through the phases so that it would be completed by about 10 to 12 years. Next slide, please. So again, looking at more of the ponds, street sidewalks and walls, the storm, sanitary sewer and water utility infrastructure, lighting, landscaping, furnishing, signage, along with the related cost. In this phase, there are 350 age-restricted units, 32 single-family lots, 400 more parking spaces, an 8,000 square foot community room, 2 community gardens, and 2 waterside boardwalks. And for a total of about $5.5 million. Next slide, please. Moving into phase 4. This is what that part of the development would look like. Next slide, please. So here, again, kind of more of the same in the other phases. This would include another parking garage, and then the furnishing, the utilities and things along those lines. What would be in this 4th phase would be additional 330 multifamily units, 25 single-family lots, 450 parking spaces, of which 100 would be open to the public, 85 townhomes, 2 community gardens, 2 waterside boardwalks, a small 5,000 square foot grocery, 10,000 square foot of office space, 2 community parks, a lake structure, and then 2 public walking paths. So a total of about $10 million in investment in phase 4. Next slide. And then moving into the 5th phase. This would be the final one coming back around over towards the Innis Jocelyn area. Next slide, please. And so again, more pond area, the streets, sidewalks, and walls, the infrastructure, another parking garage, landscaping. And so in this area, it would be additional 330 multifamily units, 20,000 square foot of retail space, additional 450 parking spaces, of which 100 would be open to the public, 85 townhomes, 1 community park, 2 waterside boardwalks, a 5,000 square foot plaza, along with 5,000 square feet of executive office space. And so phase 5 would be a total of $9.1, almost $9.2 million in investment. Next slide, please. So the developer is requesting a contribution from the city of 95% of the tax increment created over the first 10 years, dropping down to 75% over the next 5 years, dropping down to 50% over the next 3 years, and finally ending the last 2 years at 25%. Based off of their projections, they feel that the city, the development will create about $42.9 million in tax revenue from just the city's portion, and they are asking, or they're asking for a reimbursement from the city of $42.9 million, with what they think is the maximum dollar amount of up to $44 million. And then they are approaching Nueces County and Del Mar, requesting similar contribution or the same contribution percentages as they are requesting from the city. These are the dollar amounts that would be generated by those different taxing entities. And so the total projected annual actual contribution will be about $81.2 million that would go back into reimbursement for these projects, with a maximum dollar amount of $85 million. With this step down, it does equate to about 67.8% of contribution of the increment created, of the taxes from the increment created. Next slide, please. So these are a lot of numbers to show that this is the different tax years along with the requested contribution amounts. What the fourth column over is how that value would grow above the base year. Looking at, for the city, that over the 20-year period, the taxes generated by the increment would be about $63 million. The developer is asking for a contribution of about $43 million, which would allow for about $20 million to flow into the general fund over the 20-year period. The other columns illustrate what it would mean for the other taxing entities. The county is being requested to contribute about almost $20 million, and Del Mar is being requested to contribute up to about $18.5 million. So the requested contribution from the city is $44 million. Next slide, please. So this is the initial briefing on the project. Then we would receive feedback and do any type of modification to the request. Then this would, if we choose to move forward with this, it would be brought back for public hearing and the first reading of the creation ordinance for the TERS. We have asked the developer that we would need to receive confirmation that at least one other taxing entity is going to participate in the TERS before we would take the TERS to a second reading. The reason behind that is if we are the only taxing entity that will be participating in this, really we would do this through a 380 agreement or some other method instead of using a TERS. So before that second reading and creation of the TERS, we'd want to have guarantee that one other taxing entity would be participating. Between the first and the second hearing, we would receive applications for TERS board members. We would work on the interlocal agreements with the other taxing entities. Then we would have the second reading of the creation ordinance to create the TERS. We would approve the interlocal agreements with the other taxing entities. We would appoint TERS board members. And then the TERS board would be formed. They would approve the project and financing plan. And just like we did today with TERS number 2, the project and financing plan would have to come back to City Council for 2 readings because it is an ordinance. Then like we do with all other projects, we would then negotiate a developer agreement. The TERS board would approve the developer agreement, and then that developer agreement would come to the council for final approval. So that does conclude my presentation. Next slide, please. I'm available for any questions, and I believe we have got developer representatives here too that can answer any questions that I may not be able to.
Thank you, Heather. Councilwoman Campos.
Well, this is going to be my first TERS. So can you just please, for my sake and for the public, explain what a TERS is? And because what I've been told is it's supposed to be initially for blighted areas. So can you please?
So that's true. That's one of the purposes of a TERS. This is a developer-initiated TERS. And so the reasoning behind that this would qualify for a TERS is that that area has had developmental challenges. They have not been able to develop that area. As you heard many of the citizens say, it's been sitting abandoned, has been a challenge with mowing and things like that. So it is an eligible use of a TERS. It is not just for blighted areas. So the way that a TERS works is that when you create the TERS, you set a base year. And so just for illustration, say we collect $1,000 worth of taxes in our base year. Then as that development occurs, the tax created and generated off of that area, within the defined boundaries, are then generated. And so anything above that $1,000 would then be contributed into the TERS fund at whatever agreed upon percentages. So maybe you put 100% of that taxes, maybe you put 75% of those taxes, 50%, you set that contribution amount. So normally in a TERS, and that's what I was saying, is we would need confirmation or commitments from other taxing entities, is that the power of a TERS is the fact that you have more than one taxing entity that participates. So it's not only the city's tax dollars, but then you have the county, Del Mar, are usually the entities that participate with us. So that dollar is multiplied. Instead of having to go get 3 different maybe economic development agreements with 3 different taxing entities, they all go into the TERS and we can work off of one developer agreement. So normally TERS are for a defined period of time. We normally do TERSs for 20 years. And then a TERS can be extended just like we did on TERS number 2. Or on something like this, since it is for a defined project, we would probably let the TERS expire. And then that revenue, anything that is above that base year, then flows into the general fund and for debt service and is available for use, just like our other property taxes are.
That's a lot, but yes, thank you for clarifying that it's not just for blighted areas. It is for economic development, right? I mean, that's, yeah.
TERSs are economic, or is an economic development tool, yes.
Okay. And I noticed that, we had a lot of support for this Baresi Village project.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the key. Like I think I mentioned to someone earlier that I only received one email opposing this, and there was, 10, I think, people here standing in support of it. So it looks like they've done their homework. They've, reached out to the neighborhood, and they know, what they're getting into, or they hope that that Baresi is going to be fulfilling those accomplishments or goals that they've set. I will be inclined to support it. I just, wanted to, get more clarification on the TERS, and I appreciate your response. So, thank you.
Anyone else? Councilman Klein.
Yeah, so this question just kind of come to me, and so maybe kind of half-baked, so bear with me for just a second.
Sure.
I hadn't thought about this before. I would have mentioned it to you earlier. The location of this right along Ennis Joslin has got me started thinking about this. Portions of Ennis Joslin cover a fairly extensive Native American burial ground. My sense is that, and I don't know this for certain, my sense is that the area of the burial ground is closer to Ocean Drive, but I'm not certain about that. I think Ocean Drive back to Nile, where Nile intersects with Ennis Joslin as well. But possibly further up, I'm not sure about that. I'm relying for less information on conversations I've had with Larry Running Turtle Salazar, who's with the Indigenous Peoples Group here in town, or one of the groups in town here, about this. And so I'm just wondering, I guess, for yourself, I guess maybe from the developer as well, if there are thoughts, maybe not whole plans, but thoughts about what to do if you encounter remains like that going forward in this development project, especially right along Ennis Joslin.
I would have to let the developer speak to that.
Yeah. I mean, this first came up, I guess, back in the 1930s. I think there was a hurricane that came through, washed out portions of the land there, and uncovered some of those remains. And it's kind of been a recurrent problem issue since then. I think the University of Texas, I believe anthropology department removed a bunch of those remains, and that actually upset, I guess understandably, a large portion of the indigenous population in the area here. So I'm just kind of wondering if you had kind of given any thoughts to that. I just said this is out of left field, and so I'm sorry I hadn't not have a chance to kind of prep you for this or mention it to you before. It just kind of came to my head this afternoon.
Jeff Blackard, 401 Adriatic, McKinney, Texas. I've never, I wasn't prepared for that question. I'm prepared for all the other questions. I haven't heard that.
Well, I would say, Jonathan Gonzalez, Corpus Christi. We're aware of the location. There are all sorts of surveys that take place. We have to look at the whole site in general. If anything is found, we did have situations like that in past projects. I mean, the certain authorities have to come in and review it and look at all the evidence that is provided or what is found on the site. So if something does arise, we do have to stop the project. We do have to look into it and make sure that everyone is notified. We don't just kind of go through.
Right.
Go ahead.
I'll give you an example. When we were doing Lighthouse Point, my GC called us up and said, "Hey, Jeff, I think we found a bone in one of our trenches. And it looks like a femur." I was like, "Oh my goodness, what do we do?" So we called the police came, they took the bone, they brought it in to have it looked at, and it was apparently a pig bone that looked like a femur. So that's what we would do, just like we've done in the past.
Right. All right, thank you. I mean, so it's kind of a half-baked question, but I just kind of wanted to start that conversation early on because on the off chance that we encounter some of those remains, there needs to be some sort of a contingency, I think, on how to handle that going forward.
Not that, as a developer, the good news is that whole site has been developed before when they built the golf course. So.
Yeah, and again, it's my understanding that as Ennis Joslin was paved, they repeatedly came across those remains. In some cases, they notified the University of Texas, I believe the anthropology department. In other cases, they did not. Local indigenous peoples group, I think more recently now, in the last 20 or 30 years, has been more comfortable with the construction crews simply contacting them rather than the University of Texas, because then the remains remain in the ground. They do a blessing and then they resume the construction project after the remains have been put back into where they were found.
So I took you through the steps. If we found Indian remains, I'm sure that would be a protected area. We would have to come back here. We'd have to change the master plan of it. We'd have to go back to 365 homeowners to sign a petition for the restrictions on the property to move the zoning to make the village still work.
Right. All right. Thank you. Thanks.
Oh, yeah, Councilman, he was.
Jeff, don't go too far away. What is it? And first off, I support this. I mean, I think it's a great project. I think, how long, Heather, has the area been dormant?
I think, 15 to 20 years?
15 years? Okay, so 15 years. And, man, I want to get on your cycle, John.
Pardon?
I said I want to get on your cycle. Only a few of us would know. Yeah, I know, right? Anyway, so, and pardon me, because I'm going to put you guys in the crossfire here for a simple, well, first off, what's the current revenue, what's the current taxable value of the property, Heather? Or go ahead, John.
To the city right now, it's $7,883.
So the current revenue we're receiving on it is?
Just shy of $8,000.
Yeah, excellent. I know I heard that, and I wanted to say that out loud. Now, here's where you're kind of being in the crossfire. Tell me about this hotel. So where is it on slide 8?
So if you look at slide A, let's pull up a map so I can point you to it. Got a big book here.
Yes, I do.
You're a busy lady.
We're going to put it on the screen.
So you
too.
look at the letter M. Right above it is our planned area for the 120 key hotel right now.
Nice, nice. And then, so Heather, I know we're asking, and we're looking at 15 million for the TERS projects total. So once again, we're going to use this to incent 120 key hotel in addition to banquet space of about 5,000 square feet and a restaurant.
Actually, I believe that the hotel is not included. It would be the infrastructure to support the hotel.
But that's current and similar to something we're proposing right now that the
Yes.
voters may vote on, right, correct?
Yes, yes.
So I just want to, and I just say that because it's not unprecedented that we're going to continue to provide an incentive for something along that lines. And I think it's a great idea because if you got a planned neighborhood, you know, I've got to go to a birthday party in Chicago for a buddy of mine just turned 60. And the first thing I said was, do you have a recommended hotel? And they live in this really, really nice area, and I'm going to have to trek like 8 miles, unfortunately, because there's no hotel close by with a master plan community like this. So thank you for bringing this to us, and I'm glad to see that once again that you guys have the foresight to put some type of plan project like this, and it's inclusive of a 120-key hotel. So I say sarcastically, Heather, make sure we know that everybody knows about that.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not going to mention anything about a hotel. Okay, I'm being facetious. Does this project include any condos?
I don't believe so. It looks like it's multifamily, townhomes. and
Just
single family.
no condominium type structures, Jeff?
Phase 3, the independent living, either may be condominiumized or may be for rent.
Okay.
That's still up in the air.
Okay.
But because of litigation so much on condominiums, everybody's running from it.
Okay, okay. All right, Heather, my questions are with respect to the investment here. So I did the totals in each one of these pages where it shows the total non-financing public cost. And that's about 59 million, right at $60 million, okay?
Yes.
So where does that fold in with the ask here for the city, the 44?
So if you go back up to, let's see, there's a lot of numbers in here.
Yeah.
Page 7 does a good job of laying it out. If you can go
Okay.
to page 7. Okay, so if you look at the chart down here at the bottom, so the public improvements, facilities, and infrastructure is almost 59 million or 58.9. And then there's a requesting, and this is in addition to the contingency, it's in here, but this is a lifetime for inflation. So basically about another $11 million in there that would be eligible to be distributed to any of these projects for inflation. And then a 10.5 million for financing cost and interest for the project, along with the $2 million for administration of the TERS. So a total of 82.5 or almost $82.6 million.
And the TERS would be responsible for 44 of that.
The city's portion would be
The city
44.
portion would be?
The full 82.5 is being requested from the TERS.
From the TERS, okay,
Yes.
all right.
So the
Okay,
city's
and the
contribution would be
city's
about 44.
contribution would be 44 million.
Yes.
And we would do that through what, type A or B corporation money?
No, this would be through the TERS. So we would create the TERS over the boundaries of the development, and then as the increment grew, based off of the request. So if you go to page 18. What the developer is requesting is that for the increment within the TERS, that the city would contribute 95% of the increment for the first 10 years, dropping down to 75% of the increment for the next 5 years from the TERS, then 50% of the increment for 3 years, and 25% for 2 years. So it would be a step down over the 20-year period. The taxes that are generated within the TERS boundaries.
So where does the 44 million come in?
So the 44 million, if you look, if you go to the next page with all of the numbers on there. So if you look at the columns that has the second circle on it over from the right hand, the kind of circle in the middle.
Right.
So this is a schedule of what is being forecasted to be contributed by the city. So in year 1, the city would contribute about $164,000.
So, all right, I get it. So the entire TERS contribution, if the city, county, and Delmark participated, is going to be the 82 million.
Exactly.
And the city's part of that's going to be 44.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah, all
All
the
right,
money
I'm
for
zeroed
the,
in. Now,
Councilman, I was just going to say, all the incentive money comes from the development itself.
yeah,
only the
exactly,
development. Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
And that, yeah. Okay, how does that compare with what we did on Padre Island with the White Cap?
So White
Pretty much
Cap,
in line, pretty much in line?
no, White Cap has only received 25 million through the TERS.
Yep. And it's the same cost structure kind of project,
Very similar, yes.
800 to $1 billion.
Yes.
Okay, so why is this more?
Because this is what the developer's requesting.
Well, plus, can I just add to that, this area is more challenged than the island.
Okay.
So the incentive just to induce the project is more, otherwise it won't work. So this area is, it's a neighborhood built in the 70s, surrounded within the interior of a defunct golf course. That's very different than Padre Island. It's the highest growth area in the city.
Okay.
So from an entity like us here, the city, that helps to incentivize development, whether it's on the bayfront, south side, what have you. Certain areas require more incentive than other areas
Okay.
to make it work from a
So
developer
how
standpoint.
does the island having a PID different from this?
So the developer here is not requesting a PID. So on the island, we have a PID that is helping offset the cost, but that is an assessment to the property owners within the boundaries. This one is just being requested strictly as a TERS.
As a TERS.
So it would be only and contribution would be only from the property taxes generated by the taxing entities instead of being paid in by the property
So on
owners.
the island, the TERS contributes, but also the property owners are going to contribute over a time.
Exactly, the PID will put an additional assessment on each property, and so they will contribute, that will not be part of that's separate from the TERS.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all the numbers questions I have right now. Again, I'm like Councilman Burr, I think this, I guess my last question, Heather, is there anything you have heartburn over with this?
I mean, I think it is a solid project. If it moves forward like anticipated, I think the only thing is that there is a lot of requests for infrastructure that is not something that we have reimbursed for before in other TERSs.
Okay.
And so this is somewhat unprecedented. While I understand that this is a different type of development, we have limited what we have reimbursed through other TERS to really solid infrastructure, water lines, streets, public infrastructure, that kind of stuff. And so this is a little bit different, but it is also a different type of development.
Okay. Now, Del Mar agreed to contribute, I think they lowered their amounts, them and the county both, on our renewal of the island TERS and the downtown TERS.
So Del Mar has not formally committed. We have had conversations with them. I was asked to come back after they finish their budget process, so I'll be going back to them.
For this one or the?
For the other one, for TERS number 2. So the county is participating at a lower contribution percentage than what the city is on TERS number 2. Del Mar showed interest of getting back in to contribute, but they have not formalized anything yet.
Okay, and they're still in on downtown TERS?
Yes, they are still in downtown, and they did agree to contribute on TERS number 4, even though we had lost that developer agreement, that TERS is still in place.
Okay, so if they choose not to participate, then we'll move to a different type of funding.
If neither Nueces County nor Del Mar, but if we have at least one other taxing entity along with the city, then we'll create the TERS.
Okay.
If it's just the city contributing, then we'll do some other type of
And
economic
we've had
development.
no discussions with them about that. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Couple questions I want to ask the developer. Did I read this right? It's a par 3? The golf course is a par 3?
It's an executive par 3, 9 holes.
Okay. All right. So it's an executive,
Yeah. So I've done it before. Everything you see in these pretty pictures and stuff, I've done somewhere. That's called Heritage Lakes in Frisco. Highly, highly successful, 500,000 to 1.2 million homes, 600 homes. So it's a very special type of course, this course. Being designed right now by a world-class designer. You see at the Masters, they always have the par 3 tournament right before it. This is that kind of par 3, not a lighted par 3 where you know, this flat, and it's a very challenging, lots of water type of course.
So you think that in itself will probably attract people coming here just because of that?
No.
No?
No. It's an interesting way for open space for people. You know, when we originally did this 10 years ago, we promised the homeowners that we would keep some golf components of it. So we're just keeping our promise to them. It's a great amenity to the project, so if you live in there or you're adjacent to it, there'll be some sort of membership structure, and then it'll also be open to publics on certain weeks, weekends, it'll be open to the public.
The other question I had was, how many acres, just total, overall are you developing?
The project total is 120 acres.
120 acres.
Yeah.
Oh.
Can I address one other thing?
Sure.
You know, today, just to kind of oversimplify it, today, the property pays $7,000. You know, if we couldn't develop it, when we originally got the zoning and got the restrictions on the property, we told everybody we were going to build a village, and we were restricted to build a village. So what a village is structured parking. So in the zoning documents, the PUD, we have to build structured parking. So I hear about, you know, the island, compared to the island. You know, if you went to the island and said, everybody that does any projects here, you got to build structured parking, I think they would probably be back saying we need help with structured parking. But we're trying to create the density here on this development. And then you said something about, you know, this is in an opportunity zone. Property values in general have gone down around us. And when Mr. Hunter got up, which I hate that he got up, but the economic study we had done says the impact is like a mile to a mile and a half away. So anybody that lives a mile and a half away really can't vote if you use that premise. In fact, the guy that was hired to do the economic impact study said it would have a whole effect on the city. So we couldn't have anybody vote. So this will have a really big impact in that general area, this development. And as far as the hotel, I think Mr. Pusley brought up the hotel. Actually, the university came to us and requested us to put a hotel there. They wanted a hotel really close to the university. And the university was really excited because they want this part of their community, like you would see SMU with Snyder Plaza.
Or I know A&M's kind of doing the same thing up there. Anyway, I think, so at the end, I think you really almost answered the question, my second question, is that 10 years from now, you know, when you're done with the fifth phase, approximately, what do you think is going to be the economic impact in 10 years?
I mean,
when it's fully completed?
No one knows, because I'm in the market, just like most of you guys are in the market. You know, inflation 30%, interest rates double in the last year. You know, we feel like we can get this project done. That's why I'm standing here today. It's probably $800 million or something in that range. I mean, Peter, I'm glad that he did, the city manager came to see something I had done a few years ago in McKinney. So he's seen what I've done and how complex it is. So this isn't normal like a normal TERS. And if we don't do, and it's not like you giving me money, okay? That's a misnomer that I try to get people to understand. If you grant this TERS, it's not like I have to go build it and give you the taxes and you get some of the taxes back so I can build a sewer line or I can build a park. And the project that Peter went to see in McKinney, I mean, there are thousands of people every weekend on our site from the public that we have to clean up and take care of. So it's really a public amenity for the general public for that whole region, that we maintain the streets. You know, we maintain the parks and the lakes and the open spaces. But this isn't something normal. We did a TERS in Georgetown a couple of years ago called Wolf Lakes with the Wolf family. It was a $130 million TERS, which included parking garages. You know, Frisco does the same thing. So there's a lot of elements that's done in other cities. It just hasn't been done here. So that's what we're just asking, because it's the only way we can build this project in that location with parking structure and all the infrastructure we have and have all the open space.
All right, thank you. I have no more questions.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, this is going to be a developer TERS, correct? So it's going to be different from our existing TERS. Can you
Yes.
kind of tell us the difference?
One of the differences is that there's a different makeup on the board, so the city council, as a complete unit, does not sit on the TERS board. This one, because it operates similar to a regular TERS in the fact that you have a project and financing plan, but the project and financing plan is very specifically for the development. You have the developer agreement. This would only be one developer agreement because the same developer would be developing the whole thing, versus like on TERS number 2, we've got different developer agreements for the different areas. So it is similar to a regular TERS, but it is different. The main difference is the board and then kind of how it operates as far as how those developer agreements and how the project and financing plan works.
Okay, and you'd mentioned the required criteria for reinvestment zone that was asked by Councilman Campos. It's in section 311.005, and I'll lay out some of the things: unsanitary, unsafe conditions, a deterioration of the site or or other improvements, special assessment. Defective or unusual conditions of the title, structures other than single-family residence, less than 10% of the square footage. So this, within the definition of, as described by 311.005, this property meets the definition, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So based on what your presentation, once it's completed, the overall value is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 800 million plus, right? So our investment is 42 million?
Yes.
So percentage-wise, that's what, 4% of the entire project value?
Probably, yes. Sorry.
Right? So, okay, so that's actually a pretty good deal, I think, if we're just investing 4% of what the total value would be. And once we get beyond the 20 years, all that funding, all that incremental tax increases value of the property is going to be coming to the city and the other entities.
Yes.
Right?
That's correct.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Can I add too, Councilman, that we talked a little bit about it, but it has a regional impact or benefit, and that being to our only university here, Texas A&M Corpus Christi. And so the developer, Jeff Blackett, and team have met with the current president and others from the university. This will really add a dimension to the university that's not there today.
Yeah, I believe
Yeah.
they were going to have their golf team utilize that Executive 9 course. And on top of that, what are we building over at Gabe Lozano?
The Gabe Lozano has a nighttime 9-hole executive course, yes.
Okay, so, I mean, this will give us another...
It'll give athletic ability, but it'll give, like the hotel, it gives a place for parents to stay. It'll have housing for students to stay at. It'll have entertainment,
And
restaurants.
one last thing, we will not be responsible for any infrastructure on this going forward. It's all going to be privately maintained, is that
Right.
correct? So
Yeah.
we won't have, we'll reap the benefits of the property, but without having to invest in the infrastructure, right? Is that another bonus here?
I just want to make sure we're clear. You will own the water and sewer lines, and we will own the pavement.
That's what I meant.
Yeah,
So
I just want to be clear, because if you said.
when I say infrastructure, I mean the streets. So you'll be maintaining the streets, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Mary,
Councilwoman Campos.
I just, I wanted to thank Councilman Klein for bringing up about the indigenous component to this, because some of you may or may not know, but Ennis Jocelyn is one of the largest, has one of the largest indigenous burial grounds, and so it is important that that we remain cognizant. I think also Councilman Suckley and I think even Councilman Barrera are closely tied to another project that we're working with. It's called the Ishka project for across the area, right there by Hans Suter Park. So this would be another component. If the city and hopefully if this other project goes forward, it would also help because you do have a lot of indigenous people that live here and that want to come to our area and pay honor, to our indigenous brothers and sisters. So, mentioning the hotel is, in this case, a good thing because I think it would even, again, it would help people come and realize how significant that area really is. And I hope that you will keep that in mind whenever you are digging around, just if you will keep that in mind, that if you do come across anything, that you will reach out to the local indigenous tribes and groups that are here, and that we're able to, make an assertion or just be able for us to comply and to figure out what would be the appropriate next step for that. So just please keep that in mind. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. One question, Heather, on my screen's not refreshing, but I think it might have been page 9. You had a percentage on there, I think, of 67%.
Yes.
I was just curious, is that, I'm not familiar with having seen that before in one of the TERS's presentations, and I know this is different because it's the inception of the TERS and it's one single development. But what does that number tell us, and what is that versus kind of an industry standard or what one would expect a single development TERS to have?
The reason that was included is just showing, because it is a step down, so it starts at 95 and ends at 25. So with those different contributions, on average, it equates to a 67.8% contribution. And so that's what that number represents. The developer initiated the TERS that we did for Bohemian Colony number 4. That one started at 75, and then I believe it stepped down from there. It was just an illustration, since it is that tiered. As far as industry standard, I know that when we had talked about the developer initiated TERS, the BOCO TERS, that the council at that time really had not wanted to go above 75% to start out with, just because when you look at what needs to come back into the general fund for public safety, for that kind of stuff, being able to have a portion of those taxes flow back into our general fund, that they had kind of set at that time. The discussion was not going any farther than 75%.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I got one quick question.
Yeah, Councilman Roy.
So I know this is a different TERS than what we've normally done. So going forward, when the TERS is created, what is the city staff involvement in terms of working with that TERS?
So as far as getting it created or ongoing?
Ongoing.
Ongoing. So this is, it's still city resources, and so we have to make sure that it's properly accounted for. We have to reconcile the collections, and then as projects are completed, we'll have to work through to ensure that they were completed per the development agreement, make sure they're complete. All that expense has to be responded, given to the city for reimbursement, things like that.
So you'll still be hands-on?
Yes, exactly. That's why that $2 million is there. That's for the staff time over the 20-year period, because yes, there'll be requirements every year that this has to be touched.
And Councilman Roy, the developer, similar to the BOCO TERS, can place a city staff member or council member on the board. And we've offered to do that for Jeff Blackett if he wants to put the city manager or any staff member on to help in the board part of the TERS, as well as council members. So he's aware of that option.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Councilman.
When you gonna get started, Jeff?
To that question, Councilman, and if Jeff would indulge us, can you talk a little bit about your financing partner or your partner that we met in McKinney when we were there? Your development partner?
Yeah, the real question is, do you have the money, right?
Well, Yeah.
My partner,
Yeah.
Steve May, Bridgeview, out of Dallas. He built 2,000 units last year, and we're partnering with him in Oklahoma and down here. Great guy. We're probably 3 months, 4 months to finish all the architecture, so we've started. The civil engineering's about 2 months to be completed. As soon as those are completed, we'll start. Now, obviously, we're entering the financing market now. We think we can do that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here today.
Yeah.
So probably late spring, we would start moving bulldozers. What we're also trying to do is not just do phase one initially, because we think the independent market's there. We also know that the single family, there's a lot of people that have, that want to live in there. And Marilyn Jordan is here. She's got like 20 people that want to live in there, like Hugo. I mean, there's just so many people that call us all the time, but we haven't offered it up yet. So that single family component may start immediately.
Okay.
So those are the three components we think. The hotel will probably be later, only because we have to work out some floodplain issues and get our mapping redone. But as soon as that's done, the hotel can start.
Yeah, okay, so all things considered, maybe
Late
6 months
spring.
at the latest,
Yeah,
you ought to be
yeah.
turning dirt.
Yeah.
Okay. And as far as the Indians go, you know, there's extensive background information available. You'll do a antiquities survey before
Yeah,
you
yeah,
start.
yeah.
And it's that's standard
mean,
SOP. So,
Knowing about us, we're very
Yeah.
much environmentalists.
Yeah.
If you know anything about
Yeah.
us, so if we found burial grounds, we would turn it into a plus.
Yeah.
You know, like,
yeah,
so.
no, it's,
Another thing that we don't really talk about, you know, it's 120 acres, but I think 40 or 50 acres of it's open.
right.
You know, we're building all these wetlands areas, like, I don't know, 8 or 9 times more wetlands that exist there today. So we're turning all that into it.
Cool. Good luck. Hope you move forward and have great success.
Thank you. Thank you for being here as well. Heather, thank you very much. So with that, our meeting, or there being no further business.
Can I,
this
wait,
meeting-
can I just make one quick announcement? November the 3rd is Arbor Day for Texas, and we're going to be planting trees at, near Hans Suter Park, so.
On Cedar Park, that's right.
Yes, so please, another, I think, 40-something trees, so just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you. So there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.